Senator Parks and Senator Keycuffer, just making sure you're there.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm here.
Fantastic. All right.
Ready. Thank you.
Staff, are we ready? Hi, Lisa.
Hello.
And BPS, are we ready? We are ready to go? Oh, do we have our secretary today?
I believe I am taking care of most of the secretarial duties.
Okay, great.
And yes, broadcast is ready to go.
Fantastic. Then I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is the Interim Legislative Committee for the Review and Oversight of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and the Marlette Lake Water System, meeting for August 18th at 9 a.m. with a roll call.
Senator Keycuffer,
I am here.
Senator Parks,
Here.
Assemblywoman Howdiggy,
Here.
Assemblyman Kramer,
Here.
Assemblywoman Peters,
Here.
and Chair Ratty.
Here. All right, we'll go ahead and move to public comment. BPS, would you help us with facilitating public comment?
Madam Chair, the line is up and working. However, the public comment lobby is empty at this time.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead to item number 3, which is the approval of the minutes for the March 12th meeting. Can I get a motion? First of all, does anybody have any comments or changes they'd like to suggest? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Senator Parks, motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second.
So I've got a motion from Senator Parks. I believe the second was from Assemblywoman Peters.
Yes, thanks.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, do we have to do a roll call vote on
Yes,
this?
we do. So
My apologies.
we're all getting the hang of this still. So Senator Keycuffer.
Aye.
And I also forgot to remind you that for clarity, we're going to use yes or no so that I can make sure I can hear correctly when we get to the work session. So Senator
Yes.
Keycuffer, yes. Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Ratty,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdiggy,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Nice job, everybody. We've demonstrated that we can follow instructions, so I'm very proud of us all. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and turn the meeting over to Assemblywoman Peters, who will chair from here.
Thank you, Chair Ratty. I'm excited to be leading this discussion on forest and environmental health in the Tahoe Basin. We have some great presentations today specific to efforts in and around Tahoe. For folks who have additional interest in forest and wildfire related topics, I would direct you to the legislative website where you can find the interim committee to study the committee to conduct an interim study concerning wildfire. Their meetings are available for your viewing. Since we are fitting all this good information into one day, I want to get started. We have our first presentation today. This is agenda item 4, presentation regarding the role of science and environmental policy in the Lake Tahoe Basin, modernizing standards and measuring what matters. Just to be conservative with time today, because we're smushing so much into one day, we have some outlined for time criteria on these presentations. This presentation has been allotted 20 minutes with up to 10 minutes of committee questions. And with that, I'd like to see if Joanne Marchetta is available. She's the Executive Director of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and Dan Segan, who's the Principal Natural Resource Analyst at TRPA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the chair and to members of the committee. For the record, I'm Joanne Marchetta, the Executive Director of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. And with me is Dan Segan today, and I will hand off our presentation at the end of my remarks. This morning, I'd like to speak with the committee about the important relationship between science and management in the Tahoe region and why continuing to integrate good science into our management decision-making is even more important than ever right now as we look forward. And I'm going to start this morning with some historic context about how science has shaped the basin as we know it today. And then I'm going to shift briefly to the challenges that are before us and the opportunities that we have to really deepen the relationship between science and management and the need to maintain that foundation to address these ever more challenging problems. So there is, next slide, there is a long tradition of science guiding Tahoe's policy. And management of Tahoe has always relied on science. And if the text on this screen looks a bit dated, it's because it is. And it's from one of the very first scientific papers published about Lake Tahoe. And it was published by John LeConte over 140 years ago. So when I say that science has deep roots and has a longstanding tradition in Tahoe, you have some sense of just how far back it goes. And it's not just the fact that scientists have been studying the lake for a long time, it's that the research that's been done at Tahoe has shown up in the management on the ground and has literally shaped the lake as we know it today. So indeed, TRPA wouldn't be here were it not for the science community. And for 50 years, since the historic partnership between Nevada and California became law in the form of our bi-state compact agreement, we've shared this rich and productive and needed working relationship with our scientific community. It was in 1958 that the UC Davis researcher Charles Goldman began water quality measurements of Lake Tahoe. And that long-term record that he established has proved literally invaluable because it provided very clear evidence that the unchecked development in the region, which really started in Tahoe to accelerate around the 1960 Olympics, was negatively impacting the lake's famed clarity. Next slide. Scientists raised alarm bells at that time about pollution, and they called for policy change at the very highest levels. And the research led to a concerted public outcry and a series of events that culminated in historic political action. And that was the establishment of the first bi-state agency that was dedicated to environmental management in the United States. And that's our agency, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. Next slide. That science shaped not only legal and the legal and political landscape, but it also shaped the actions of managers in response to science. And this collaborative partnership still exists today, and it has a strong track record of delivering significant environmental gains for the Tahoe region. And most significantly, the shoreline of the lake that was described by Dr. Charles Goldman in 1967 is hardly imaginable to most of us today. He described a lake where green algae is so thick that one could collect handfuls almost anywhere. And it is just simply not the lake that we know today. And the cause that was identified by the science community at that time was discharge of sewage into the lake. And the scientific work, that scientific work helped to spur the passage of the Port of Cologne Water Quality Management Act in 1969, and it led to the first important set of regional management decisions based on science to protect Lake Tahoe, the policy and legal decision to export all sewage from the region. And it was thanks to that science and that coordinated management action between the two states that the near shore of Lake Tahoe today looks nothing like the one described in 1967. So today, at great expense, our local utility districts continue to treat wastewater to high degrees, and then they pump that effluent out of the watershed to protect the lake's clarity. This was groundbreaking at the time, and this science-based policy, along with TRPA's subsequent growth management, literally saved the lake from becoming a metropolitan area as large as San Francisco, and that on the shores of a ruined algae-filled lake. Next slide. More recently, scientists and policymakers have collaborated to develop the Lake Tahoe total maximum daily load, or the shorthand we refer to as the TMDL. In short, that TMDL is a science-based plan to restore the historic clarity of the lake. And more than $10 million was invested in the Tahoe TMDL, and the science fundamentally reshaped our understanding of what was causing the decline in the lake's clarity. Prior to the development of the TMDL, most thought that declining clarity was the result of increased algal growth in the lake. And what the research for the TMDL showed us instead was that declining clarity was primarily being driven by the inflow from stormwater of fine sediments. And that primary source of those sediments was our legacy development in urban areas. So the TMDL science, like other science, reshaped how we manage our urban areas. And it pointed primarily to the impact of all of the sand and abrasives that we were depositing on our roads in the winter. That work led to an increased focus on street sweeping and recovering all of the material that we placed on our winter roadways. And it also led to the road management agencies changing how they manage our roads in the basin. So today, Caltrans and NDOT put less than a third of the abrasives on the road than they did 15 years ago. And they do that while still maintaining the safety of our critical infrastructure. All of this took science investment. The significant investment in science that enabled the development of the TMDL was made possible by funds that were then available from the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, or SNPLMA. This historic legislation included a Tahoe amendment, and that amendment provided dedicated annual funding for science and restoration work in the region. And as a result, over the years, $20 million was invested in science for Lake Tahoe, largely in the areas of water quality and forest health. And what we called that Tahoe set-aside has been very long expended, and SNPLMA funding has been dramatically reduced over the last several years. This change has forced us to scale back and to reduce our investment across the board in science. And just as one example, 10 years ago, we were spending literally $1 million a year on stream monitoring, and today we spend less than a third of that amount. But we've continued to seek out new funding sources for science, and today we pull smaller contributions to science from many of the partners in the region. Nevada's Tahoe license plate grants and the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection and California's SB 630 all provide some federal and private science funding, albeit in more limited amounts than Tahoe has historically dedicated to science. And so we are constantly looking for new ways to support the Science Management Partnership, and we need help. We're constantly looking for new ways to support that Science Management Partnership. So let me speak a bit about the challenges that we're facing today. They are even more difficult and more complex and maybe bigger than those that we faced 50 years ago. Many of the themes are still familiar: our visitation and sustainable recreation, wildfire, water quality, But these themes now have a new and very uncertain overlay that's not yet well understood. Looming over all of it now is climate change, which is complicating our work to restore the lake's clarity. It's increasing the risk of catastrophic fire. It's bringing new invasive species threats, and it's impacting our management actions. And on top of all of those, we're dealing with the disruptors to our biological systems like COVID-19 now, and trying to wrestle with what all of that means for the future of Tahoe's recreation economy and our communities. And in the face of all those new challenges, strengthening that science management partnership is key. The science management partnerships that have helped managers and scientists come together in the past around addressing Tahoe's hardest issues have recently been reorganized and reinvigorated in the form of the Tahoe Science Advisory Council. And you're going to hear from their representatives shortly. One important area where we're expanding our focus is on visitor management and social science research. Given the unprecedented pressures from tourism right now in the Tahoe Basin, we're turning our attention to the best available science to guide our policy work in this and other spaces. And we're looking to strengthen this and other science management partnerships as we adapt the management priorities of the Environmental Improvement Program and as we build greater and greater climate resiliency for Lake Tahoe and the Tahoe Basin. So at this point, I'm going to turn this to Dan Segan, who's going to speak more about our work with the science community in updating Tahoe's goals so that those goals reflect contemporary challenges and so that we make sure that we're measuring progress toward those goals using the right measures. So with that, I'll turn this to Dan.
Thanks, Joanne, and good morning, members of the committee. My name is Dan Segan, and one of the responsibilities that I have at TRPA is managing our threshold standard monitoring and reporting. And for those uninitiated with the TRPA or with the basin, threshold standard is the unique word that we use to describe our goals. And it owes its origins back to the bi-state compact that established TRPA. And when that compact was renewed in 1982 and reinvigorated, the compact directed TRPA to establish goals for the region for environmental and social quality. And at the time, over 150 goals were established in 9 different categories. And as you might expect, as you may be surprised to learn, many of these standards are still the same goals that we had over 40 years ago. And like many goals that are over 40 years old, they've started to show their age and wear. And that hasn't gone unnoticed to partners in the region and partners outside the region. And so when the 2 states convened the Bi-State Science Advisory Council 4 years ago, one of the first directives they gave the council was to engage with TRPA in refreshing and updating these standards. When we first started that conversation with the Science Advisory Council, we decided to take a holistic look at the entire system of our goals and how we manage towards those. And we've called those the 2 different parts, the administrative part, which is really how does the whole system work, and then the substantive part. Do we have the right goals that we're actually driving towards? And we're 3 years into that partnership today, and we've started to realize some of the benefits of this close engagement with the Science Council to really refresh and update these goals. And I just want to highlight a couple of the things that we've been able to accomplish in these past 3 years. So we've been able to make more modifications to our threshold standards in the last 2 years than the previous 40 combined. And we've done so without changing the environmental quality or the overall protection that the standards offer. And how have we done that? So this is a rather silly example, but just so it's illustrative in terms of how we've approached this problem. So on the top of your screen, you'll see the threshold standards as they were originally written in 1982. And one of the things we quickly realized when we engaged with the Science Council is that subtle changes can make a huge difference. And if you want to talk about changing standards and updating standards, you actually need a clear reference system to refer to those standards. And in the threshold standards previously were just long paragraphs, and we didn't actually have a formal mechanism of referring to one standard to the other. So we introduced a numbering format. And we cleaned up a lot of the extra text to really highlight exactly what the individual standards were driving for. And overall, the results have been very positive. I think prior to this effort, we had a lot of complaints or questions from stakeholders asking what the standards are really all about. And they said they got lost in reading the text of the standard. And after this reorganization of the standards, it's far clearer what the individual standards are trying to achieve. So that's one part. What are our goals? The second part is how do we manage towards those goals and how do we share that information? And as you know, in Tahoe, it's not one agency that works towards our goals. There's over 70 public and private partners that contribute to the environmental improvement program. And because of the complexity of the partnership, we've invested a little bit more in how we monitor and how we track what we do. And we call that collaborative platform LT Info. And LT Info provides a one-stop shop where people within the partnership are accountable to each other, accountable to our stakeholders, and accountable to you. And currently LT Info lists over 700 projects and details how over $1 billion was spent on environmental improvement in the basin. So when we engaged with the Science Council, we said, let's not just look at our overall goals, let's look at how we're sharing information and managing towards those goals. And that took us to our overall reporting framework, which is what we capture within LT Info. And the Science Council made a very simple observation that shaped what we do going forward and how we're thinking about updating our performance measures. And what they suggested is that we adopt a simple reporting framework that organizes what we report into 3 distinct bins. The first bin is the inputs. These are the things that we are doing. How much money did we spend? How many projects did we complete? How many miles of street did we sweep? The second is the outputs that we got from those impacts or from those inputs. What impact did those investments have? And finally, our outcomes. These are the things that we're really after. These are things like restoring the clarity of the lake or the health of our forests. And the structure offers a nice logical way to think about the link between our actions and our ultimate goals and trace our effectiveness through that entire chain. It's a structure that's commonly used in fields like public health or international development, where you often see a lag time between the investments that you make on the ground and your overall goals. And when we applied that to what we were reporting today, we found that the vast majority of our reporting, what we were telling you and what we were telling our stakeholders, was really focused on what we were doing, the activities, not the impacts of that activities. But not to despair, they told us. That's fairly common in young partnerships, and it's common in people in their first days on the job. You can think about when you first start a new job, when you have a new employee, you're very cognizant of things like showing up on time to work or how quickly you reply to email. Not because those are really important things, but because they signal that you're working. And in young partnerships, it's the same way. It's really important to signal that you're working. But as partnerships evolve and mature, the actual hours spent doing something become far less important than the impact that you derive from those actions. And so as we recommit ourselves to invigorating the EIP, we want to make sure that we're not just tracking that what our actions are doing, we're trying to track the impact that those actions have and the effect they're having on our long-term goals. And I think with that, I'll take a step back from the specifics of our work with the council and try to put it in the larger context of what we're trying to accomplish here. Because that is really reinvigorating the partnership and ensuring that it continues to be a model for how to use science and evidence to inform decision-making. And we started this years ago when we started to invest in Lake Tahoe Info, and we started to invest in a transparent and collaborative framework to track what we were doing. And our work with the Science Council is building off of that work to track not just what we are doing, but the long-term impact that those efforts have, so that in the future, we'll be able to better connect what we're doing, the what to the why. And that's really what measuring what matters is all about. It's about effectively ensuring that all the pieces of information are available for you, I, or anyone else to evaluate the return on investment of any of our individual projects, identify the most reliable and highest return on investment strategies, invest more in those, and then modify or adaptively manage the strategies that aren't delivering the returns that we expected. And with that, I thank you all for your attention and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Really important information coming in and out of the Lake Tahoe Basin. With that, are there any questions from the committee? Awesome. My question, I guess, is your reporting is available online. Is that correct? I don't think I got the information for where to find that.
That's correct. So the it's at laketahoeinfo.org. And there you can find information about all the projects that the partners of the EIP done. More recently, we've been moving to include all of our monitoring data. So there's live monitoring data on our counts from our trail network, on traffic going in and out of the region, air quality within the region. And so we're really moving to put all of the information there.
Wow, my colleagues probably know this, but I'm a super data geek. I love data, and the more we have available, I think the better it is for the science, because we can then share more readily with each other and use the community brain space to help us use that data in novel and different ways. Well, if there are not any other questions, thank you so much for the presentation. Really appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And all right, and we can move on to agenda item 5, which is the presentation regarding activities of the Tahoe Science Advisory Council. Again, timelines for this, we're hoping to keep the presentation to about 40 minutes. And then again, up to 10 minutes of committee questions. We have Alan Havert with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council. He's the co-chair. And Jeffrey Shaladow, I'm sorry if I butchered that, also co-chair of the Tahoe Science Advisory Council, and Robert Larson, who is the Tahoe Science Advisory Council Program Officer. All right, please proceed with your presentation and identify yourself for the record each time you speak, if you would.
Good morning. My name is Bob Larson, and as indicated, I serve as the program officer for the Tahoe Science Advisory Council. I'm here today with Dr. Alan Havert. He is one of the 2 co-chairs for the council. Dr. Schlada was scheduled to join us today, but he had an unexpected conflict and sends his regrets. So I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this morning. We're here just to share a little bit about the Tahoe Science Advisory Council, what it is, and some recent work and the direction of the council. Before I get started, I do want to share a little bit about myself. I spent the first 20 years of my career with the Lahontan Water Board, first coordinating erosion control and restoration projects, and then supporting the Lake Tahoe Total Maximum Daily Load program. I share this to highlight that I've had the pleasure of engaging in this science management partnership for some time now, and I have seen how successful it can be. I'm also very familiar with some of its challenges, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to continue this conversation. So I don't need to repeat all these points. As Joanne said, science has been supporting management efforts at Lake Tahoe for a long time, more than 50 years now. By raising the alarm of the declining conditions, as Joanne mentioned, science really led to the establishment of the TRPA. She noted the export of sewage, controlling development, and really just kicking off decades of restoration and pollutant control work here in the basin. Most importantly, local institutions continue to lead ongoing data collection efforts. This is the monitoring that Dan just mentioned, that is really giving us the information that we need as partners to assess how we're doing, figure out what we can do better, and move forward in the future. And the Tahoe Science Advisory Council is really just the latest iteration of this science and management partnership. So the council was established in 2015 by a bi-state memorandum of understanding between California and Nevada. And this makes the council a little bit different than previous science organizations in that this group was developed by the states explicitly to support and guide resource management. You can see the council membership here. It's a balance between California, Nevada, and federal institutions. There is also a bi-state executive committee that's led by Director Crowell from Nevada and Secretary Crowfoot from California. That meets once a year to review council activities and provide direction. And that group in turn is supported by a smaller regional management team that meets more frequently to provide executive level engagement. So I mentioned that the Science Advisory Council is a little bit different. This slide really highlights some of those differences and describes how the council functions. Again, first and foremost, the council strives to link science at Lake Tahoe with resource management needs. This means working side by side with agency partners to identify research and monitoring priorities and putting new information in the context of current policy and programs. Next here, differing points of view are important. While individual institutions may perform individual projects, the council offers a collaborative perspective on research and monitoring findings and encourages scientific coordination. Finally, on this slide, the last 2 points are related. The council helps maintain a two-way street of communication. So by providing a regular venue for dialogue between scientists and managers, the council can really help us guide how to apply science findings to policy and implementation needs. So I like to think of the council's work in 3 bends. The first is the council's direct involvement in current management issues. And as you just heard from Dan, and as you'll hear from Dr. Haver in a minute, the most active project in this area is supporting the TRPA Threshold Update Initiative. The second and arguably most important is the science review and assessment function. And this is where the council works together with our managers to review and synthesize current research and monitoring, and then put that information in the context of management needs, and then communicate those findings in an accessible way to make those findings useful for management. And again, Dr. Hayward will talk a little bit about some of the recent work there. Finally, the council plays an important role in identifying science priorities to guide future research and monitoring investment. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Haver to talk a little bit about some of the council's recent work. Alan, if you're available.
Thank you, Bob. If you would advance the slide, that would be great. I assume you can hear me. Very good. So for the record, this is Dr. Alan Havert with the Desert Research Institute. I'd like to point out it's been my honor and pleasure actually to serve as co-chair of the Tahoe Science Advisory Council since it was implemented about 4 years ago. We became active about 3 years ago, 2017, maybe late 2016. Our priority, as has been mentioned at that time, was really to demonstrate the utility of science engagement with management and the value that the Tahoe Science Advisory Council could bring to resource management in the Tahoe Basin. This meant working collaboratively with Tahoe Basin agencies, and we wanted to demonstrate that we could do that successfully. I think it's important to point out that the Tahoe Science Advisory Council is a little different model than the way science has traditionally been done at Tahoe and many other places. Usually you have an institution with research scientists that will look at a particular issue, get some short-term funding, do a study on the issue, provide a summary of findings to the agencies, and then move on to other problems, other issues in other places. The Tahoe Science Advisory Council is really meant to be a collaboration of research institutions all working together in the Tahoe Basin. And that's why we do have research institutions from both California and from Nevada, as well as the federal agencies, research agencies like the Pacific Southwest Research Station and the U.S. Geological Survey, engaged with the council as members. This is a different model, and the approach really is to make science sustainable, responsive, collaborative, nimble, and productive to address the challenging issues that we continue and will continue to face in the Tahoe Basin. So our first effort really was to engage directly with the TRPA on their threshold update initiative. As Dan had mentioned previously, these threshold standards were developed about 40 years ago. They served their purpose well at the time, but the science of management and our understanding of the system has changed significantly over that time period. And it was time to review the thresholds, the existing threshold standards, and look at ways to streamline the process of tracking and reporting on progress with the threshold standards. So that was where we focused initially the first year or two. And this was underpinned by the idea that we had to support management with an adaptive management approach. This recognizes that there's natural variability in a system like Lake Tahoe. The Tahoe Basin is a complex, coupled social environmental system, and there are significant interactions, time lags, and uncertainties in the management of these types of complex systems. So adopting an adaptive management approach allows us to tighten the loop in terms of the uncertainty and to assess response and efficacy of management actions on tighter timeframes than you would typically find by just monitoring some of the long-term variables. So to do that, one of the first things we looked at, Bob, if you would advance the slide, thank you. We decided getting into this that one of the first things we should do is look at how resource management programs are managed in other parts of the country. And so we got in touch with these programs and their program managers and talked with the scientists there and compiled information on a suite of characteristics that were considered important for resource management and the intersection of science with resource management. We looked at the Everglades. We got in touch with the program managers for the Chesapeake Bay, the Great Lakes, Puget Sound, the Bay Delta. We looked at 10 different large scale resource management programs around the country, and we found a lot of commonalities. One of the commonalities we found was that all of these programs are facing issues similar to what we're facing at Tahoe, where we have too many conditions we're trying to manage with insufficient resources and difficulty actually coordinating across these programs. Interesting, a lot of these programs had actually looked at Tahoe when they were setting up their programs, because Tahoe was one of the first real large-scale resource management programs in the U.S., where we used science to inform management. And so a lot of these programs look to Tahoe as a model. But, you know, they came up with slightly different approaches as we are doing now. And they developed different ways of coordinating between science and management. What we found, though, were that the common core principles were the same for successful programs, and that including developing very focused goals. As Dan had mentioned, we have goals embedded in the Tahoe threshold standards, but several of those goals really are not focused sufficiently to serve as specific objectives. Then to use conceptual models. Conceptual models are useful for communicating what we understand about a system and where we have the opportunity to actually effect meaningful change. In these complex systems, there's so many interactions that you can look at trying to pull the thread in one place and not have the effect you want ultimately somewhere else, especially when you're facing lag times on the order of years to decades to centuries. As many of you probably know, Lake Tahoe itself has a hydraulic residence time of 650 years. That means the water that goes into the lake is there for 650 years before, on average, it is discharged out through the Truckee River and down to Pyramid Lake. Well, that's a significant time lag. That doesn't mean everything that happens in the lake is on that same time scale, but it does introduce these different lags in terms of system processes. And conceptual models help us to understand how those different processes and factors interact and how to communicate which are the dominant factors, which are the dominant processes, and what are the opportunities to affect change. And finally, to select the appropriate indicators so that you can track the results of your management. So next slide, please. Having done that, derived core principles, a set of recommendations. It was actually quite a large document that summarized the findings from all these programs and made recommendations to the Tahoe Basin threshold system. We actually got into working specifically with the TRPA on their threshold update initiative. And that included the types of structural revision that Dan was speaking to earlier, where we use a specific set of indicators for different purposes. Input indicators to track what's actually being invested. And I should mention here, one of the findings from our survey of the 10 programs, resource management programs around the country, was that the most successful programs were the ones that actually had a diversity of funding sources. They were not dependent solely on federal funding. They actually were successful by using a combination of state funds, sometimes multiple state funding sources, as well as local and federal funding sources. Any program that relied too much on one particular source eventually had problems. So we contributed to the development of the structural revision for the threshold standards and continue to do so, particularly in terms of how to evaluate, track, and report on the threshold standards and the EIP performance measures. We're applying that same approach now that we've developed the model for sustainable recreation thresholds and metrics. That is an area that, as Joanne Marchetta had mentioned, is becoming more and more important as the years go by, especially now with the COVID crisis that we're facing. So many people are looking to recreate outdoors because that's the safe place to be. But that puts unexpected pressures on our recreation system. And we will be working with the agencies to develop a consistent approach for tracking changes in terms of recreational experience and expectations and access, and then meaningful actions that actually then will allow the management agencies to respond when the metrics indicate triggers have been reached. Similar efforts are being done with traffic and transportation, looking at the data that's available. It's collected in quite abundant quantity from transportation agencies in the Tahoe Basin and for the states, to use modern methods for actually assembling that data, using new internet methods and mobile tracking to develop databases that allow us to determine where people are, where they're going, what are their primary sources, forms of transportation, and where are they coming from, and how do you manage that? And then finally, water quality. That is where we have spent quite a bit of time in the last year, actually working with the TRPA to further update their water quality threshold standards. Next slide, please. But I think more importantly, looking long-term, in the last 2 years, we've expended a lot of collaborative effort with the different institutions represented by the Tahoe Science Advisory Council, working with our agency partners to develop a vision for science planning, so that we can address these emerging issues now, rather than when they become a crisis and apparent in the future. So science to action planning for the lake was done last year. This really informed some of the work that we've been doing in this past year. It looked at what are lake conditions and what are the factors that are affecting clarity and aquatic invasive species. Upland ecosystems was not included in that assessment. We could not get our arms around too much at once. So we focused on the lake initially, especially given it was in response to the poor clarity of 2017. Upland ecosystems was addressed this year. So a separate subcommittee of the council actually developed a similar approach, making recommendations for an integrated, comprehensive, long-term science plan for upland ecosystems. And I think our objective going forward is to actually link those two into a basin-wide Tahoe Basin science to action planning document, which includes recommendations for, where to invest resources, how to get the most bang for the buck. There's more, as we said, all of these programs are trying to do more than they can with available resources. So where do you focus? How do you pick those key indicators then that allow you to track in an efficient and timely way what the changes are and what the effects of management actions are? And then we'll continue to provide science coordination and workshops probably online these days. But that gives us an opportunity to look at new models for accomplishing our objectives. And next slide, please. So that's planning for the future. Review and assessment, as Bob has mentioned, was also a part of the work that the Science Advisory Council is doing. And so for a long time, this is a picture similar to what Joanne Marchetta had mentioned as the type of algae growth that was on rocks when Dr. Goldman started in the Tahoe Basin. We still see this occasionally in Tahoe, but it's nowhere like what Goldman saw, and this is not a common occurrence, and it's not all around the lake. It's in a few spots. And we're looking at what seems to be affecting that. Why is it in some spots and not in others? What is contributing to that? There's been paraphyton monitoring in the Tahoe Basin for quite some time. And the agencies realize that maybe there are some new approaches and new ways of actually looking at the data. So paraphyton monitoring went into peer review for 3 or 4 external scientific experts in the field. And they provided feedback on how the program was developed and how it was designed and how it could respond to the types of objectives that we're trying to achieve with the monitoring. And if there are some new approaches. And that turned out to be a very useful exercise. First of all, it confirmed that what we're doing in terms of the type of paraphyton monitoring that's going on in the Tahoe Basin is an appropriate approach for what we're trying to achieve. But it also provided some recommendations for how to improve the program. Next slide, please. In terms of review and assessment, this is an interesting story. This critter that you see here, it's actually called a mysid shrimp. These are not native to Tahoe. These were introduced in the 60s and 70s as a food source for the Mackinaw trout, which is also an introduced fish in Lake Tahoe. It's an important part of the fisheries economy at Tahoe for recreational fishing. The mysid shrimp was introduced as a food source for the Mackinaw trout. Unfortunately, at the time, it consumed the dominant other type of zooplankton in the lake, which you see down in the lower left-hand corner. These are the smaller Daphnia, the cladocerans. then they basically disappeared once the mysis was introduced because the mysis found them to be an ideal food source. And so the native cladocerans largely disappeared because the mysid was eating them. The Mackinaw trout did pretty good because they were eating the mysids. But in the process, we lost a component of the food web that was actually providing, potentially providing an important function. And that was these cladocerans, they do not grab their prey, rather they consume it like baleen whales through a filter feeding process. And so the Daphne in the lake were filter feeders that would clear the water column of algae and fine particles and probably help to contribute to lake clarity. And once the mysids had decimated the Daphnia population, then suddenly, there may have been knock-on effects in terms of clarity. And it's an interesting story, and it shows the value of having research institutions out, local research institutions out on the lake on a regular basis, because they noticed that in Emerald Bay, a few years back, all of a sudden, the Daphnia reappeared. So Emerald Bay is a little bay that sits by itself, and it's connected to Tahoe, but there's a sill under it, makes them, in some respects, kind of two separate systems, though connected. And when Daphnia disappeared there, no one knows why, but when Daphnia reappeared there, no one knows why, but when they reappeared, the clarity improved. And so this is the kind of natural experiment that if you're out taking samples and monitoring, you will notice then this type of effect. And that led to an experiment to try to determine whether mysids could actually affect clarity through a food web effect on Daphnia. And so this is a hypothesis, but it's one worth testing out. And there are some efforts to actually test that out and determine the role of mysids and the role of Daphnia in terms of long-term lake clarity for Lake Tahoe. So this may be another way of helping to improve clarity in Lake Tahoe, as well as all the management actions on the watershed that are necessary to prevent excessive input of pollutants, particles, and nutrients. Next slide, please. And then finally, review and assessment of lake clarity. The most important factor in terms of our management for Lake Tahoe itself is the clarity. And these are two pictures here. These are from Dr. Jeff Schlato, who apologizes, by the way, that he could not be here today. He had a medical situation come up and he had to cancel at the last minute. But as my colleague and co-chair, it's been, very, very interesting working together. One of the recommendations that came out of our science to planning action for the lake last year was to do a clarity analysis for long-term clarity changes and then the difference between summer and winter clarity. So we have three graphs here that show the clarity in Lake Tahoe over the long term. And the y-axis is the depth and the x-axis is, of course, the year. You can see that on the top graph, that's your annual average clarity representing 20 to 30 measurements each year, had been decreasing at a pretty steady rate up until recently. And then recently it's actually stabilized. Whereas the summer clarity actually continues to degrade. And so one of the questions was, why has summer clarity actually continued to decrease, whereas winter clarity maybe is actually improving and the annual clarity has plateaued? And so a recent project that we've just, we're in the process of completing right now is to look at what are the factors that are contributing to this. And it turns out that climate change is one of the dominant factors that may be contributing to this. There are probably other factors, but we are getting increased stratification in the lake. The stratification where the top warm waters are separated from the bottom cold waters persists for a longer period of time, and it sets up sooner in the year. And so all of these things are probably contributing to some of the some of the reasons we're not seeing an improvement in summer clarity. Next slide, please. Is there another slide, Bob? Yep, thanks. So just to conclude, I'd like to point out here that, you know, science really is something you need as a manager to inform decisions. And scientists need data. So Joanne talked about the drop in funding that's available in the Tahoe Basin once the SNPLMA program came to a close for all intents and purposes, in terms of science anyway, in the Tahoe Basin. And we're trying to backfill as well as we can. And we're doing things like becoming more efficient in terms of the selection of metrics. We're not trying to monitor absolutely everything, but data still is the lifeblood of science. And if you don't have the data, then you really can't provide the types of information about the changes that are happening, the changes that are coming, and the effectiveness of management actions. So data is critical. We're working to try to set up a monitoring and research program that provides only the most essential data, but in a way that it's integrated and it allows us to answer multiple questions at the same time. So the Tahoe Basin has a long history of science in the Tahoe Basin contributing to management. We'd like to continue that. I think I've been in the basin for a long time. I've never seen the level of collaboration and partnerships that we do now. And if we want that to continue, we have to sustain it. You should really acknowledge your agency resource managers who have gone out of their way and out of their comfort zone to work together through the Tahoe Interagency Executives Steering Committee to present a coherent, integrated program for management and progress in the Tahoe Basin. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take those.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haver and Mr. Larson. That was it was a really exciting presentation for me. I'm probably a little more enthusiastic about this than most people are. So are there any questions from the committee? Yeah, Senator Ratty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Peters. So that was fascinating. Thank you. And really am liking to see the connection between science and management. And then I'm just wondering, I know you're facing a lot, and certainly the loss of SNPLMA funds is going to be hard to backfill, and it's not a great budget year for us either, or in the higher ed institutions generally. So asking for more seems like a bit much, but I still am going to do that. I'm wondering within our existing resources and understanding the unique timing of at least the Nevada side of the lake, where we're only in session every other year for 120 days. How do we do a better job of not just making that connection of science to management, but also science to policy, understanding the somewhat rigid timelines that we have? And if you don't catch us every 2 years, we sort of miss the opportunity. So do you have any ideas about how we can strengthen or tighten that pipeline of making sure that the good work that you're doing actually turns into policies that are critical to help that work be successful?
Yeah,
Thank you.
maybe I jump in, Ellen, and I'll let you jump in as well. I think it's a great point that linking the science to the policy is absolutely fundamental. And as I mentioned, the previous structure of the council was once a year meeting with an executive committee to really check in and discuss some of those linkages. And in the last year, we've established a regional management team. Jim Lawrence, I know, is on the line, as well as the Deputy Secretary in California, Lizzie Williamson, participates, as well as Joanne Marquetta with TRPA. So we have a more regular dialogue with policymakers to provide that link. And so I'm hopeful that that dialogue is helping to fill that gap to some degree, in that it provides us an opportunity to have that conversation, essentially, and identify what those needs are, both from the science end in terms of identifying what the the resource needs are and what the gaps might be and where the concerns are, as well as on the policy and the management end, where are the immediate needs and the questions that are coming up. Alan mentioned the mysis shrimp. We've talked a lot about thresholds today. Those are things that, again, we have regular discussion at the regional management team to make sure that the Science Council's work isn't just science for science sake, but it really is driving the policy and the management decisions. And so, again, I'm hopeful that that linkage is helping to fill that gap.
And then, Madam Chair, if I could contribute. Yeah, so Alan Havert, Desert Research Institute. I was going to say the same thing as Bob just mentioned. I think we do have just now in the last couple of years established the process and the teams that will allow us to begin to interact more directly at the executive level with the agencies to develop the recommendations that would then ultimately flow presumably to the legislature and to our legislative representatives. At this time, we all do recognize the unexpected burden we find ourselves in terms of the budget situation in both federal and state perspectives. But you know, we have to do what we can. We have to make the most of what we have and kind of scrape the bottom of the cookie jar to keep things going until we're in a better position to meet our needs. I think the important thing, though, is not to abandon the development of a strategy and the recommendations for those needs, simply because right now we happen to be kind of at low ebb in terms of funding cycles. So there are some, I think our science to action planning represents a significant piece of that puzzle. It's written largely from a science perspective, but with input and interactions, iterative discussion with agency representatives and partners, so that it really is addressing management needs. And it's comprehensive, so we won't be able to do everything off the bat, but we can't wait forever either. You know, the climate change is happening, whether we want to invest in mitigating and adapting to it or not. So to some extent, you know, we do have to kind of push this uphill and meet the needs of the time. I think also, you know, Nevada probably can work a little harder to organize what our specific needs are. Certainly we have some state perspectives that are represented in the regional management team. And we do have collaboration and interaction between the science institutions, the Nevada science institutions represented on the Science Advisory Council. But I think we could probably do a little better job of working together to develop some of those ideas and strategies as well.
Thank you.
I think that leads in very nicely to some of the stuff we'll be talking about in the work session. Does anybody else I have a couple of questions and comments, but does anybody else in the committee have questions? Not seeing anything, so I'm going to proceed with mine if that's okay. This is an impressive amount of science that's occurring in the basin, but I'm wondering if you would talk about how the research partnerships are developed within the efforts of the council. So you talked a little bit about prioritizing research, but how do we, I know, so a little bit in my background, I worked as in the environmental engineering research laboratories, and some of my colleagues were doing studies in joint effort with UC Davis and other institutes. And I'm wondering if that's still occurring and how you guys are working to implement those kind of cross-venue efforts.
Yes, Alan Havert, for the record, Desert Research Institute. The council meets every other month regularly. We have a representative from each institution at council meetings. And that's largely where the primary issues are raised and strategies are developed to address them. So most of the issues are arising from management needs. And so we hear from management when they have a specific issue or a specific need for information. And then collectively, we look at ways to kind of address that need. It's incumbent on the representatives from each of the institutions to communicate then back with their faculty and with their administration in terms of what the council is doing, what the opportunities are. We are starting to engage more directly with individuals at the institutions, getting presentations in afternoon sessions of our Science Advisory Council meetings that address priority needs identified again typically by agencies, whether it's state agencies like DCNR or Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board or the TRPA. And we'll have researchers come and present on specific topics. We had a few researchers, I think one from UC Berkeley and one from DRI that presented on wildfires and fire management relevant to Tahoe recently. And so we're doing more of that to try to engage more directly with individual researchers at the institutions. But it really is incumbent on the representatives, the TSAC representatives, to reach out to their faculty and their institutions and their admin to bring issues and opportunities to our attention, just as we expect the agencies to bring their needs and issues to our attention. So we're kind of in the middle there, and we depend on both the agencies and our individual research institutions to contribute their thoughts and ideas for us to follow up on and engage with.
So kind of a
If I may
hub and spoke
add.
model. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to add again, Bob Larson for the record. Alan mentioned the fact that we have a broad breadth of expertise on the council, but I think the council also readily recognizes that there are issues and questions that are outside those members' experience and expertise. And so I think the council really is looking to bring in folks as necessary to help guide and inform projects as necessary. Sustainable recreation is a great example. I know we're just kicking off that project now. We'll be looking to bring in some additional expertise. Transportation is an area that the council is also embarking on, looking at the vehicle miles traveled issue. And again, we're bringing in expertise from council institutions, but not necessarily council members. And so again, I just want to stress the point that Alan made. It's contingent upon the council members to reach within their institutions and identify when there are opportunities to really build on the expertise that the council has.
That makes more sense to me. I was wondering about how that engagement with the partner institutions worked. I wanted to kind of have a question and also a statement about generally the Truckee and Tahoe basins, because there's such interesting case studies on the impacts of human engineering on natural processes. And like you were talking about the shrimp and the food chain processes and the impact to clarity. I was just talking with a colleague the other day about how the straightening of the Truckee River impacted the downstream flooding issues, and how, as science has advanced, we've had to re-implement more natural processes into our engineered systems. And I kind of wanted to ask about a statement that Dr. Habert made about becoming more efficient with our metrics of data collection because of funding limitations, and what impact that limitation on collection of data can have on future assessments through potential trends that we just are not identifying today as important, but that could lead into important discoveries in the future, and what impact that may have or on the Tahoe particular science.
So who did you address that to?
Well, either of you. I know that that in science we're always being pushed to limit our metrics and to be efficient with our data collection. But I think sometimes that overlooks that science isn't possible without data. And so if we're not collecting data outside of what we already know we need, then we are maybe missing things. And I don't know, is there anything in the Tahoe Basin that you can think of right now that was maybe a product of that? And I think maybe like just even the knowledge that the mysis shrimp were introduced, being able to look in the future at what that population looked like and other food chain impacts, like, sorry, that I kind of got off base here. I guess I'm asking if you guys think that there may be an impact on limiting your data collection just for the sake of saving dollars because of some of the unknowns that are still a part of contributing factors to the health and well-being of the Tahoe Basin.
Right, thank you for that question. Alan Hayward for the record. That really gets to the nut of the problem here. We can't measure everything that we'd like to measure. We just don't have the resources to do that. We do run the risk of not measuring what we need to measure because either we don't have the resources to measure the important variables or because we haven't yet identified the important variables that we should be tracking. This is where building conceptual models and actually continuing to update those conceptual models actually is useful. Conceptual models lead to process-based or numerical models in the end, but you need to lay out your conceptual understanding of the system to frame how you're going to approach your analysis and assessment of that system. We are at risk, especially now with changing climate, of not collecting the baseline data that we will need later in terms of temperature profiles for the lake, in terms of temperatures for inflows from streams to the lake. Streams, if the temperatures are different relative to the lake, they can either come across from stream discharge across the top of the lake, delivering then the material near surface, or they can plunge down below the surface and actually then go into the deep waters and not have as much of an effect on clarity. So, you know, these are important variables. And if we don't track these and other ones that are important, then we're going to have problems calibrating and informing our models in the future as we develop new, better modeling approaches. You can collect lots and lots of data. Ultimately, you need models to predict what that data is telling you. You can do statistical analysis that gives you good short-term predictions, and it allows you to assess how well you understand the system. But you need numerical models to actually be able to project out into the future more than a few years. And to do those models right, we need to use advanced models, new models. The ones we're using are already decades old at this point. So just as we continue to invest in our infrastructure in the Tahoe Basin, in terms of our roads, in terms of our bike paths, in terms of the buildings themselves and their energy efficiency, we need to continue to invest in our science tools. That means our modeling tools. That means the data collection programs that actually collect the data that inform the models and inform our decisions. And the conceptual models. Conceptual models are interesting because they are not developed just by scientists. They're developed by scientists working with stakeholders to identify what are the objectives, what are the end goals, And then what are the primary factors influencing state and process. So all of these things require an investment, whether you're talking about capital projects and infrastructure, or you're talking about the science that informs the deployment of capital projects and infrastructure. And unfortunately, it's a lot easier to spend money on capital projects, things that are visible, because you have something you can point to. It's a little more of an uphill battle to actually push for the type of funding and investment in science that ultimately inform the decisions that are used to decide where those capital projects go, what types of projects go in, and what the benefits of those projects will be. So just to summarize, I think you raised the point that we are at risk if we don't adequately fund the science that supports management. We are. What that break point is, that's always a kind of a moving target. I can tell you we are under the break point at the present time.
You mentioned, and we've talked a bit this morning about the reality that we have, we're looking closely at our metrics and what we're tracking. And I appreciate the concern that maybe we're, by focusing on those things, we're perhaps missing other things. The reality is our monitoring dollars are going down. Joanne mentioned, 5 years ago, we were investing more than $1 million in tributary monitoring, and now we're investing less than a third of that. So it really is about being smarter with the dollars that we have and trying to make sure that if we're going to be investing and we have dollars to invest, that we're doing so in a way that's getting us useful information. We certainly don't want to do so at the detriment of other needs, whether it be scientific models or other things. But we also know that the current system and the current structure that we have, we simply don't have the resources to monitor everything that we would like. And so a lot of this refinement, a lot of this looking at metrics, a lot of the measuring what matters approach is trying to, again, acknowledge the fact that we have limited resources. We want to make sure that those limited resources are targeted and we're getting the most useful information.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I think I was getting less to the point of I appreciate the effort that's being put in to ensure that the dollars are going to the most important places right now. But I don't want to lose as a policymaker and a person who makes a decision on budgets. I don't want us to lose sight that just because the science is able to identify high priority areas, that we don't have a responsibility to support additional efforts to ensure that we are as broadly protective as we need to be, particularly for significant resources like water basins in Nevada, which impact everybody. And I also want to just make a statement about the importance of the baseline monitoring science on implementing science-based and evidence-based policies today that arrest impacts before they require additional reclamation that can lead to significant increases in costs. And we've seen that in a variety of cases, from Superfund sites and CERCLA sites to water treatment facilities and other areas. So just as a policymaker, it's important for us to also see not just what is happening today that's being very effective, but what needs to continue to be focused on to get us to ensure that we're being the most protective that we can be, and holding us accountable to that baseline of, what is the priority for our communities and our resources and how we manage them. So thank you so much for your presentation. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Well, thank you so much again for being here. This is really fascinating. My last ask is that as your planning documents come out, your science and action planning document in particular comes out, will you just keep us on your list for the distribution of that document so that we can have access to it and see it as early as possible? That would be greatly appreciated.
And we do, Alan Haber for the record, we do have last year's science to action planning document for the lake. That was issued last year, so we can provide that to you now. The Uplands Forest Science to Action Planning document is still in progress, but that will be coming out later this year, and we will send that as well.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. All right. With that, I think we can move on to agenda item 6. This is a presentation regarding climate change implications for Lake Tahoe, which is a nice follow-up. Kristen Averett with the, she's the State Climate Policy Coordinator with the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources here in Nevada. Again, timelines for this presentation, we're looking at about 30 minutes for the presentation and up to 10 minutes for committee questions. Dr. Averett, please proceed.
Wonderful. So thank you so much for the opportunity today and for the request to talk a little bit about climate change up at the lake and also what we're going to do about it or what we can do about it to address the challenges that we're facing. So Kristen Averett for the record, once again, State Climate Policy Coordinator. So I want to start by showing you this lovely photo of the Sierra Nevada. You can see the snow right through the middle along mountaintops. And on the left-hand side, you can see Lake Tahoe. You can see Pyramid in the image. And the reason that I'm showing you this photo is that, well, first of all, it was taken by an astronaut above on the Space Shuttle Columbia, which is always really interesting. But what I really love about these types of images is that you can see the thin blue line of the atmosphere between the Earth and outer space. And the atmosphere is really what separates our planet, not just from space, but it contains the greenhouse gases that really make our planet habitable. Without greenhouse gases, we just simply couldn't live here. Greenhouse gases, they keep our planet warm by helping to retain some of the sun's radiation as it penetrates the atmosphere, is absorbed by the land, and really just bounces back and forth between the land surface and the air. However, since the Industrial Revolution, we've been generating greenhouse gases at a rate that is just too fast for all the natural processes that occur on our planet to take the greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere. So as a result, we're pumping out more greenhouse gases, it's continuing to accumulate, and our planet is warming. So this is a short video clip that shows how carbon emissions have changed through time. On the left side of your screen are observations of CO2 emissions spanning from the South Pole, which is represented on the left where that blue dot is, all the way over to the North Pole, which is represented by the red dot. Now, on the right side of the screen, what you're watching are the changes in CO2 beginning in 1979, trending upwards till today. The red line is the Northern Hemisphere, and the blue line are the changes in the Southern Hemisphere. And there's two particular things to notice. The first is that you see these rapid changes every year in terms of increases and decreases in carbon dioxide emissions. And what this is what I like to think of as the breathing of the planet. You have decreases in CO2 during the spring and the summer when the plants and the trees are growing and taking up CO2. And then you have increases in the fall and the winter when the season ends and you are actually releasing CO2 in some cases. And then, of course, we see the long-term trend of increasing emissions that are really driven by what we're doing in our activities as humans. Now, as of May of 2020, atmospheric CO2 concentrations were hovering around 417 parts per million. That was up about 2 parts per million from a year before. Now what you're seeing happening on the screen is you're seeing the historic record of emissions solely collected from the Northern Hemisphere. These are actually from a station located in Hawaii. Now, what's coming up right now, these are measurements of atmospheric carbon dioxide that are derived from ice cores that are drilled in Greenland and the Antarctic. So you might notice when you look at an ice cube that there are actually bubbles in there. And those bubbles are actually samples of the atmosphere that were taken at the time that the ice froze. So by drilling in places like the Antarctic and Greenland and pulling up cores of ice, we can actually directly sample what the atmosphere really looked like at that particular time. And so what's happening right here is you're seeing the changes that have occurred in almost the last 1 million years related to CO2. And the important point here, carbon dioxide emissions, carbon dioxide concentrations are higher today than they've been at any point in roughly the last 1 million years. So what this has meant is that we've increased our global temperatures. On average, across the entire planet, temperatures have increased by somewhere around 1.2 or 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, I'm showing you two different numbers here for a very specific reason. If you actually just draw a line between the year 1901 and the year 2016, temperatures increased by 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit. But by another measure, if you take an average over an earlier period of time and an average over a later period, and you compare the difference, you get about 1.2 degrees of warming. And the reason that I'm pointing this out is that we'll oftentimes hear very different numbers communicated through the media about warming and what the number is. And it's not necessarily that scientists disagree on the warming. It is more a matter of there are different ways to measure it and different reasons that scientists might use one measurement versus another. But the bottom line is it's getting hotter across the planet. But the way that we're warming across the planet is very different depending on where we live. For example, by the same measure where global temperatures have increased by 1.2 degrees, across the Southwest, we've warmed by 1.6. And you can see from the map on the right, in some places represented in red, we've actually warmed faster or at a faster pace than other places. Now, specifically for the state of Nevada, we've actually warmed faster than the Southwest as a whole. We've warmed by about 2 degrees Fahrenheit over the same period that the whole planet's warmed about 1.2. And in Tahoe, we see a very similar sort of trend, about 2 degrees of warming. But also up at Tahoe, and this is something that's really important to consider from a planning perspective, our daily low temperatures are rising faster than our daily high temperatures. Bottom line is the nights are getting hotter faster than our daytimes. So what about the future? Now, I know this is a pretty wonky science graph, so let me just walk you through it because there's only a couple things that I think are important to take away. So on the left hand, if you look at the left side panel, there are 3 things to look at. The first is the black line. The black line represents the measurements of atmospheric CO2 emissions. Now, the red line, that represents projections of where emissions might go in the future on a trajectory. Quite frankly, it's really business as usual. It's the trend that we're taking today. However, the lower emission scenario, which is blue, that's a potential future where there's aggressive policy actions designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Now, looking to the right-hand panel, and this is the important one, the different trends that you see in the red and the blue line, those are the temperature increases that we might see associated with those different carbon dioxide trajectories. So under a high emission scenario, we could see a temperature rise of up to 10 degrees Fahrenheit across the planet, recognizing right now we've only seen about 1.5 degrees of warming. On the other hand, we have the opportunity through aggressive policies to hopefully keep emissions below somewhere around 3 to 4 degrees Fahrenheit. The other thing that I want to point out is that you'll notice if you look in the really near-term future, that time period basically between now and roughly 2050, regardless of what we do about emissions, we are committed to a certain degree of warming because of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that we've already introduced into the atmosphere. That degree of warming, we probably are looking at least another degree Fahrenheit of warming, regardless of what we do. So what does this mean for Nevada and Lake Tahoe? When we look at Lake Tahoe, by mid-century, we could see temperatures increasing by somewhere around 5 to 6 degrees, regardless of the emissions scenario at hand. And by the end of the century, by 2100, temperatures could be as high as 10 degrees warmer than they are today, but we would hope to be able to constrain them to below 6. So what do these temperature increases actually mean for Lake Tahoe and for Nevada more broadly? Well, first of all, as in many places around the world, it's all about the water. Quite simply, many of the impacts of climate change will be delivered through changes in the hydrologic cycle. Now, the reason for that is that for every roughly 2 degrees Fahrenheit that the atmosphere warms, it can hold 7% more water. So this translates into our dry times potentially getting drier, whereas when it rains, it would truly pour. And this dynamic plays out very succinctly or very directly at Lake Tahoe, both in terms of what we've observed and what we expect to see moving forward. Now, the precipitation projections for Lake Tahoe out till 2100, and this is pretty surprising to most people. If we look at all of the water that might be delivered to the region in a given year, we're probably going to get the same, if not more, total water coming into the Tahoe Basin moving forward under different different climate scenarios. However, it's not just about the total amount of water that we get. It's about how the water comes, it's about when it comes, and of course, how much of it comes all at once. So let's start with the how part. Let's start with the snow. Now, we all know that Lake Tahoe is fed by the snowpack, and that Lake Tahoe drags into the Truckee River, and Truckee River is an important water resource ecologically, as well as to providing water for northern Nevada. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to our snowpack, it is disappearing. This map shows the declines. You see all these red bubbles. These are observed declines in the snowpack since the 1950s. And taken on the whole, we are looking at we've observed declines of between 15 and 30%. In Lake Tahoe, very specifically, just in the 10-year period beginning in 2008, the snow line actually moved between 1,200 and 1,500 feet higher than where it had previously been. And for the entire Northern Sierra looking forward, by end of century, the snowpack will likely be decimated. Will probably be somewhere around a total of 90% decline in the total snowpack, and an additional increase in where the snow line is of between 1,500 and 3,000 feet, and virtually no snow, I shouldn't say virtually, no snow below 6,000 feet, which is of course roughly the rim of Lake Tahoe. So with what is this, in terms of this change where it's same amount of precipitation, less snow, that means more rain. And there's this very interesting connection between kind of this weather water phenomena as it relates to extreme weather. So let's look into this and talk about this, walk through this very quickly for what it looks like for the Tahoe region. Okay, more rain, less snow. That means that we're going to have more winter runoff than we would, because we won't have that water being stored in the snowpack. In addition, one thing that we can expect is that those major storms that happen, those atmospheric rivers that bring these big old snowstorms across into the Tahoe region that sometimes drop into Reno, we can expect an increase in the frequency of these storms. Of course, there's going to be more rain than snow, and we can expect an increase in terms of the amount of precipitation in a given storm. So we're talking more intense and more frequent storms. And of course, this translates into increased flooding risk. And we're looking at an increase in both the frequency of floods, as well as floods starting earlier in the season, probably as early as somewhere around February. On the other hand, as we move that stream flow season earlier, we can expect that the summer runoff will actually decline. And with that combined with increasing temperatures, that increases the evaporative demand in our ecosystems and decreases the soil moisture, which will, of course, have impacts with respect to wildfire fuel, which we'll get to in a second, and also will translate into the increasing duration as well as intensity of drought events moving forward. So let me put a finer point on this by looking very specifically at the 2012 to 2017 season. I think everybody, even if you didn't live in the Tahoe region at the time, everybody remembers this. The 2012 to 2016 drought is now the drought of record, and is one of the most intense drought events that that in the historic record. In fact, April snowpack was at 5% in 2015. That is the lowest snowpack ever observed in the Sierra. Prior to 2015, the lowest observation was 20%. And of course, there were significant impacts to tourism up at the lake, significant impacts to our ecosystems, and just more in more general, there was a lot going on at that period of time. And of course, this was followed by the extreme snow and flood events that happened in 2017, which became the wettest year in the historic record. We saw massive snowstorms across Tahoe. We saw flooding, localized flooding in South Lake. And then of course we had the floods down in downtown Reno. Now I'm not going to go into detail in this slide, but considering what I just shared, the latest research indicates that we can expect more of the drought and flood cycles that look very similar to what we saw in 2012 through 2017 moving forward, and that they would happen in more rapid succession beginning about mid-century. So from a planning perspective, we need to think about, okay, what did we do right? And maybe what could we improve on that happened during 2012 to 2017 to ensure the resilience of our systems and our communities moving forward in a climatically changed future. So of course, another extreme, wildfire. You know, right now, this is hitting far too close to home for the folks up in Northern Nevada and in the Tahoe region. And so I don't think I need to expound on the impacts at this point. Across the entire US, however, or Western US, we've seen a massive increase in the number of fires over 1,000 acres, as well as an increase in the total area burned by individual fires and in a given wildfire season. And the projections that, and you can see this on the graph on the left-hand side, is that by mid-century, regardless of where we go with respect to greenhouse gas emissions, we could see an increase of about 20% in the total area burned in a given wildfire season. And by end of century, somewhere between an increase in 30 to 50% of the wildfire burn. And according to the California Climate Assessment, yellow pine and mixed conifer forests are at a particularly high risk for severe wildfires. And of course, there are that this is an important mix up at Lake Tahoe and in the basin area. Now, of course, fire poses significant threats to people, property, and our natural resources. And there are a couple other important impacts to consider as well. First of all, forests are an important carbon store. They're one of the few natural reservoirs that we have for carbon. So when we have these large-scale fire events, we're actually releasing quite a bit of carbon dioxide into our atmosphere, which can really be problematic if we're trying to meet different emissions reductions targets. And of course, air quality. Once again, everybody is experiencing this firsthand right now. I don't need to go into the details. But what I will point out is if you look at this map, and I'm not going to go into the wonky details, but that since the late 80s, across the broader Pacific Northwest region, there's actually been an increase, significant increases in the airborne particles that are directly related to wildfire. Whereas in contrast, across the rest of the United States, we've seen decreases in particulate matter. And those decreases are actually the result of emissions reductions policies that were really targeted towards tailpipe emissions. But those reductions that have occurred up in our part of the country, or kind of the Reno area, are being offset by all the particles being pumped into the air from extreme wildfires. So in addition to the very acute risks that are posed to the lake by extreme events, there are long-term slow burn risks, particularly as they relate to ecosystems. Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because Alan covered quite a bit of this and what he was talking about, but our aquatic systems in the lake very specifically, we're already seeing increases in the temperature of the lake, less oxygen, possible anoxia during particular parts of the year, and this increases the suitability more generally to invasive species. And we can expect more of this moving forward. We can also, when it comes to our plants and forests, because of the changing temperature and precipitation regimes, we can expect that some plants and trees will have a smaller range in which they can actually live, and others will have a broader range. So that means we're going to have different sort of plants, shrubbery, and a very different look to what's actually around it, and very different species living together than had in previous times. We can also expect increased exposure to late summer drought and the extension of the wildfire fuel season, which I mentioned earlier. And then, of course, once again, with all of the heat and drought, enhanced susceptibility to diseases and pests. Excuse me. And of course, this will obviously impact fish and wildlife. Just take trout, for example. They're cold water species, don't really like hot water, and there could be significant impacts there. Or some, a species such as the really charismatic and endangered spotted owl. And the climatic conditions are just such that the available habitat won't necessarily be conducive to expanding their populations. Now, climate change is also posing cascading risks in some areas, and the energy and power sector is one in particular. Increasing air conditioning demand. We are living that again right now. For the first time in 19 years, PG&E is instituting blackouts across California, not brownouts, blackouts because they're struggling to meet the demand for air conditioning. To put this in perspective, right now it's somewhere, we're hovering in the 110s, 115s in Las Vegas. Right now we have about 5 days per year in Las Vegas that are over 115 on average. And by end of century, we project up to 50 days a year exceeding 115. And that doesn't just tax the grid here, it taxes the grid more broadly across all of the West. We can expect declines in hydropower, and believe it or not, just the transmission of electrons from one place to another through the grid is diminished when temperatures are increased. And then, of course, increasing risk of damage to physical infrastructure. Now, this damage to infrastructure that with respect to wildfire or flood is also something that manifests in transportation and transit. But with respect to the lake, if we're thinking about no snow below 6,000 feet, there are other things to consider. We could have reduced snow service requirements. I think there would be changes in engineering sort of protocols or requirements, because instead of having to design for severe cold weather, you have to design for warmer weather. And so what would be the heat-related impacts to some of the infrastructure materials that are currently deployed? And then another thing to consider is air travel. Now, when temperatures exceed about 117 degrees Fahrenheit, it is very difficult for planes to fly. The way that a plane flies, a whole bunch of molecules actually hit underneath the wing, and that's how you create lift. But hot air is thinner, so you get less molecules actually hitting under the planes. So that's why places like Sky Harbor in Arizona have to shut down when temperatures get too high. Of course, that's not something that could directly impact Tahoe, but that is a consideration for a place like Sacramento. So when we're thinking about tourism or in kind of changes in terms of where people might fly into when they're visitation at Tahoe, that's something to consider. Now, when we take all of this together and consider all of the impacts and these broad high-level impacts that we just walked through, this will really create challenges, but it's also going to create some opportunities. And the way I like to think about the, winter recreation, we're just going to have a shorter snow sports season. Already we're seeing that some of the ski resorts are redesigning their slopes so that they can capture more snow, so they're not as steep, so it doesn't slough up. They are preparing for this. But the opportunity is that you would have an expansion of the water sports season and summer recreation. For this reason, we're seeing a lot of investments by ski resorts in, for example, mountain biking infrastructure. They're really changing what the face of recreation could potentially look like, and tourism more broadly up at the lake. And of course, this is going to have implications for the workforce up at the lake, and what that might look like. And of course, we need to consider housing. When we're talking about flood risks, we're talking about changing wildfire risks in the basin. We need to be thinking about what the implications are for development and for the housing that's already up at the lake. All right, so I just painted kind of a doom and gloom, but there are opportunities sort of situation around climate change. But I'm really optimistic because I do believe that we can adapt, and we can do something about it. So let me start with the adaptation or resilience component. Now, the way that I like to think about adaptation, I think one of the best metaphors is really thinking about a river. If you have a naturally flowing river, it's going to change. It's going to carve a new path as time goes on. Now, initially, we might want to control that river. We want to engineer, but at some point, that river could become so unwieldy that we just have to shift to a paradigm of make room for the river as opposed to manage the river. And the same really holds true for managing the impacts of climate change. We are, and we should continue to try and control what we can, but we really need to make sure that we make room for a future that could look completely different than what we have now. And at some point recognize that there are some things that we are just not going to be able to retain, that are not going to be the same moving forward. Excuse me. And I think this is really captured by what I listed here under adaptation actions. We can resist the change, we can become resilient, make sure that we can deal with the change, but then at some point we need to respond and we need to realign. And those are kind of the different phases as I see it with respect to climate adaptation. Now, there are many different models that can be espoused and can be adopted for adaptation planning. This graphic is actually taken from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and it represents one sort of model for moving forward on climate adaptation. But again, there are multiple approaches. I'd like to commend the CTC, for example, because they are moving forward with a climate planning strategy, pulling from some of the lessons learned in different places about how to approach climate adaptation in Lake Tahoe. But I also, given this topic here today around science and the connections with policy, I wanted to take a moment to talk very specifically about the connections between science and decision making and amplify some of the best practices as they've been demonstrated for climate specific planning, not just natural resources, but integrating climate into the planning. And you'll hear a lot of what I'm going to say is just amplifying some of what Alan pointed out, as well as Bob and others have presented earlier. The first, scientists, we have to avoid the loading of drop approach to science. We can't just be given this, just say, okay, here's my funding. I'm going to run away to my laboratory or my computer, do my work, come back, hand you a peer reviewed paper and run off. It's about iteration. It's about starting off working with decision makers and understanding the context for the science. So that way you can surgically make sure that what you're doing really plays in and supports the policy making or the decision making or the resource management paradigm that you're trying to support. It requires collaboration. There's not a single scientist, a single laboratory, a single center, or a single scientific discipline that is going to solve or be able to address climate change. In fact, I don't think it's just science. We're not going to science our way out of this problem. It takes everybody working together on this. And as part of that, this consensus component, it has to include interdisciplinary science. And I'm not talking about physical scientists talking to chemists. I'm talking about the social sciences. And I'm not talking about one token social scientist. I'm talking about all the nuances of social scientists. There's economists, we have policy scientists, decision scientists, and the like. They're an important and critical part of the entire science to policy and policy to science enterprise. It's also important that there are processes in place to onboard new knowledge and new people so that there's continuously new ideas that are coming in and new expertise. And once again, I cannot emphasize enough the stakeholder component of this. It's about understanding community needs and values. I might think climate is the most important thing in the world, but I can tell you there are people that think where putting food on the table right now is the most important thing. So we really need to understand what the community priorities are as scientists and make sure that we understand that when we're going in to work on climate issues. And this is a quotation from a colleague of mine that I think captured it all. People need to be actively involved in planning their future and not be the passive recipients of programs designed by others. So let me flip now to the mitigation side and very simply there and what we're actually doing at the state level. Now, in November of 2019, Governor Sisolak issued Executive Order 2019-22. Oh, and there's some familiar faces in that picture right there. And what the executive order asked, essentially the goal of the order was to move beyond climate action that is solely focused on establishing renewable portfolio standards, but really to take this broader approach to tackling emissions reductions. The executive order also set out very specifically that the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, in partnership with the Governor's Office of Energy, would lead the implementation of climate action in the state, very specifically through a new state climate strategy, which is to be delivered to the governor by December 1st. So we are in the throes right now of moving forward and focusing on developing this strategy during what is a very challenging time for everybody, not just in our state, but across the entire US and the world. And the strategy has a couple key components. The first is the identification and really more of an assessment of different policies that could be implemented in order to achieve the emissions reductions targets that were established by Senator Brooks's bill, SB 254. And these emissions targets is a reduction of 28% by 2025, 45% by 2030, and near zero or net zero emissions by 2050. The second component is we're going to be looking and evaluating what are the mechanisms to resource climate action. Climate action is not a zero-sum game. It does take resources in order to to implement different sorts of policy options, if you will. But we need to come up with creative ways that we can actually fund these items. Third, climate governance. How do we ensure that we really want to stitch climate into the state, into the planning around the state? What would that look like? And so we'll have some recommendations in terms of what's been adopted at other states that might work for Nevada. And then finally, we'll be laying the groundwork for resilience and adaptation planning. But I do want to emphasize that the centerpiece of the strategy is this framework for policy assessment. And we'll be looking at policies through using 4 metrics. One is, what is the greenhouse gas emissions reduction that could be achieved by implementing the policy, and on what timeline? The second is climate justice focused. In other words, what would be the impacts, and are there opportunities to benefit our low-income communities, Indigenous people, and our communities of color? Third, budget. What's the cost to implement and administer, and what is the long-term return on investment of implementing a policy? And then finally, what's the feasibility from a policy perspective? Do we have to change the US Constitution to implement it, or do we already have existing authority and statute to implement the policy? And of course, this will all be focused on the greenhouse gas inventory that was delivered by NDEP, by Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, in 2019 of last year. And you can see here, this is the emissions portfolio for the state. And there's 2 key things to recognize here. Number one, the transportation sector is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the state. And the second is that the industrial sector is actually the fastest growing source of emissions. And this is driven by hydrofluorocarbons, which are associated with increasing air conditioning as well as refrigeration in the state. And then finally, I just want to mention the upcoming, or the new, I should say, State of Nevada Climate Initiative. The initiative is really the broad umbrella under which climate action in the state across all of the agencies sits. And we will be launching a website very shortly that serves as an educational resource. Once it's fully built out, will serve as an educational resource and portal for folks across the state. It will include data visualizations and sophisticated information to support natural resource managers and planners. There will be a climate action dashboard. What are we actually doing to address the problem here? Of course, it will be home to the climate strategy. And more broadly, it's going to be the platform for engagement and action on climate. So with that, thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Averett. I, for one, am so glad that you're here in this state. That was a wonderful presentation. I am currently actively experiencing the impact of climate change in my own house. 1940s home with no air conditioning, and wildfires prohibiting me from using my window fans. Are there any questions from the committee? I think that was a really comprehensive presentation. I really appreciate how you kind of broke things down into understandable pieces. I think in one of your last-ish slides there, I wanted to ask you about the impact or the most important contributors to what we're experiencing in Nevada and the Tahoe Basin, and what would the actual impact of Nevada's reductions be versus our surrounding states implementing similar reductions versus the entire country committing to increased reductions, and how does that kind of line up with our goals in Nevada?
So that's a really good question. Kristen Averett again for the record. So what I heard from the question is just what is the essentially, what would be the dent that Nevada's investment in emissions reductions would achieve relative to the rest of the US and perhaps the world? Now, of course, Nevada, we're relatively small and we have a smaller population than a lot of our neighboring states. And as a consequence, what we do here might not have as large of an impact as, say, a state like California. At the same time, we have to do everything we can to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. To put this in perspective, right now during COVID, we all stopped driving cars. I mean, that was, people just we weren't traveling, we were doing something. And we saw a reduction during the peak of the pandemic in our emissions, our daily emissions of about 17%. That's pretty significant. And that was pretty dramatic action. That said, by the end of this year, the concentrations, not the emissions, the concentrations are probably only going to be about 0.2 parts per million lower than they would have been had there been no pandemic. So the pro is that we can do it through dramatic action. We can actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But on the other hand, we have to do it for a long period of time, and we really need to fundamentally change the way that we do things, and everybody needs to do their part. I hope that
And
answers your
I
question.
think, yeah, no, it does. It does. I think that that's one of kind of the enigmas of climate change is what really can I do to make an impact? And it really is a community collaborative effort, and we have to be engaging each other in multiple places in our worlds to come up with solutions for this. And I'm really looking forward to your suggestions and recommendations for future planning. I think that it's, we are in a place right now to be making some really significant headway in this area, and really appreciate you being there.
Assemblywoman
Are there
Peters?
any? Yes.
Hi, thank
Senator
you.
Keycapper.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Averitt. Really appreciated that presentation. I thought it was really robust and understandable. So thank you. So I assume the task force is going to meet the December 1st deadline to provide the report to the governor. Do you anticipate making it, from as I recall from the legislative session, we were talking about sort of an array of options being presented and sort of a menu of choices that we can make for how to meet certain goals and benchmarks, but are you going to make actual recommendations and propose sort of policy legislation that we'll be seeing in the 21 legislative session?
Thank you for the question, Senator Keycapper. Kristen Averitt for the record. So we will not be making very specific recommendations that say this policy should be implemented and this policy should not. Rather, what we're going to do is those 4 metrics for the policies that we're analyzing, those 4 metrics, we're going to indicate what is the state of knowledge. So for example, just any given policy, say that there's great uncertainty in terms of what the emissions reduction that could be achieved would be, and we don't know the time frame. We're gonna, let me back up a second. We're going to be using a TRL approach, or a technology readiness level approach, with respect to each of the 4 metrics for policy. And we're going to color code it. So it'll be green, yellow, orange, and red. And red just means, doesn't mean that the policy is a no-go. It means that we don't have a lot of information about that particular metric. And so, whereas green means that we know a lot. So for a given policy, and I'm again going back to this greenhouse gas component, if we have a very good idea of, yes, we are fairly confident we can achieve an emissions reduction of X on Y timeline, then it gets a green. And you all as decision makers have the information of, okay, I know what I would get for my investment here. On the other hand, if there's a great deal of uncertainty around what reduction could be achieved, then we might indicate it as a red or an orange to say, we really don't know, but we're giving you the best available information. Similarly, on the climate justice, did we consult with the communities that could potentially be impacted by a given policy, or did we not? Do we need to do a little bit more legwork there? So it's really a risk-based framework for assessing policies. And what I think is what the team came up with is that this would be a great way to also ingest new policies as they come along, and also create a framework so that we can update policies as kind of the assessment of a policy as we move forward and more information becomes available. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, it is. As a follow-up, if I may, Ms. Peters, so it sort of sparks a question about sort of definitions of climate justice, particularly in some of the policies as it relates to industrial emissions, as you've referenced, that are sort of the most significantly growing area of greenhouse gas emissions in the state, particularly as it relates to, I think you said refrigeration and air conditioning, which to me just makes me think that there's a direct impact on job creation, right? So that these policies that could be implemented or recommended or considered may have a constraining factor on some of the types of industries that we've been seeing some of our most significant job growth in. And at this time, when we're looking at the unemployment levels that we are, those types of considerations, I think, always have to be sort of first and foremost. Does that sort of calculation factor into the climate justice category, or is it somewhere else?
So Kristen Averett for the record. This is absolutely something that we're considering. It is not in the very specific policy analysis itself. We actually have a separate part of the document that is focused on economic rebuilding and recovery. As I mentioned, this is an interagency collaboration. We have folks from almost every agency involved in the strategy at this point, and we're working very closely with GoEd on this component of the report. And we are mapping what we're doing to what GoEd is doing with respect to their new strategy and their broader strategy, but also their recovery strategy. Part of our analysis and part of what we're looking at is what are the opportunities for economic diversification and job creation around climate-friendly jobs, whether we're talking about clean tech, green collar, whether we're talking construction, or whether we're just talking more broadly around environmental stewardship. What is the opportunity space in this realm?
Great, I appreciate that, and I'll second Ms. Peters' comment that I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're on our team, and thanks for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions for Dr. Averett right now? Not seeing anything. All right. Well, thank you again. Thank you so much for presenting that. That's such a useful presentation, and really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
That brings us to agenda item 7, an update on Lake Tahoe Basin water quality activities by the Nevada's Division of Environmental Protection, State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. I believe we have Jennifer Carr available to present this. Again, timeline, we've got about 20 minutes allocated for the presentation and 10 minutes for committee questions. Hello, Ms. Carr, please begin.
Good morning. I have a PowerPoint for you this morning, so I'll get that started. Cooperate with me. There we go. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, I am Jennifer Carr, Deputy Administrator of the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Along with the theme this morning, our goal is to give you an update on the status of regulatory activities and provide an overview of how NDEP and our California colleagues have used science in the development, implementation, assessment, modification of the program for improving Tahoe's clarity. This fits right in with Senator Ratty's comment about the intersection of science, management, and policy. And I would note that although Dr. Averett's really impactful and interesting presentation is a bit of a departure from the first two, and I'll be discussing how we bring things like climate science forward into the work we do for restoring Tahoe's clarity. So Joanne Marquetta provided an overview of the Tahoe TMDL, and I'll give you a little bit of a deeper understanding on that this morning. As shown in the quote from US EPA's website, the total maximum daily load, or TMDL, is a tool for knowing the qualities of a water body and its pollutants, and then used as a planning tool for restoration. You know, I agree, it's hard to envision that Lake Tahoe is polluted, but there is a standard related to clarity in this water body, and the factors limiting that clarity are, in fact, pollutants in this instance. Staff of both the NDP and the California Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board work closely together in implementation of the program for consistency in the regulatory oversight across state lines. And then we also work in partnership with the TRPA as this work intersects with implementation of the regional plan. The goal of the Tahoe TMDL is to restore historic clarity to Lake Tahoe so that people may once again see to depths of nearly 100 feet. This is what the clarity chart looked like back in 2001 when the Lahontan Water Board approached NDEP to initiate development of a plan to restore lake clarity. Approximately 1/3 of Tahoe's clarity had been lost since 1968. The mere fact that we have a consistent record of clarity measurements going back that far is quite remarkable and really helped to define the extent of the problem that we faced in 2001. This chart serves as a reminder of where we were 20 years ago. This updated chart you've seen, but it shows the progress made on stemming the loss of clarity overall, and that we have flattened the curve, as I guess is a common term these days, in the last decade. However, we will dig a little deeper into the fact that improvements in lake clarity have new challenges to explore and reconcile. Recent clarity measurements of widespread interest are on the far right side of this graphic, and the lowest value was recorded in 2017 when clarity was 60 feet. 2018 experienced a 10-foot improvement, but then a number of factors converged in 2019 to decrease clarity by nearly 8 feet again. The average annual value in 2019 was 62.7 feet. However, despite these last two values, the 5-year rolling average is still on track, and we're very pleased about that. So in 2001, the Lahontan Water Board first approached NDEP about developing the TMDL, realizing that the only chance for successful implementation would be through a collaborative bi-state process. This involved laying out a phased approach for TMDL development that fit within the required framework for US EPA approval under the Clean Water Act. The agency strived to ensure the Tahoe TMDL was based on best available science throughout the entire development process, as well as an extensive engagement with stakeholders, particularly with the implementation community. Consequently, it took over a decade to develop and gain US EPA approval of the peer-reviewed TMDL report. I'd like to draw your attention to the phase 3 time span at the bottom. 2076 is a long way off, and reaching it will really be the work of another generation of staff, long after I've retired. The Clarity Challenge is an interim target that it's used to evaluate progress over a shorter time frame, and one will be more meaningful to stakeholders. And scientists were confident that the attainment of 80 feet by 2031 as the Clarity Challenge will indicate the trend in clarity has not just been arrested, but reversed and will be on the path to improved clarity. This slide gives an overview of the science planning process used to guide development of the TMDL. Given its national significance, Lake Tahoe and its watershed benefited from decades of research and scientific attention. Research associated with the development of the Tahoe TMDL was specifically intended to build on the wealth of information available in the Tahoe Basin. Key management questions were developed and information gaps were identified that required additional evaluation for application in TMDL development. Back in 2000, John Reuter worked with an interdisciplinary and interinstitutional science team to evaluate key management questions and identify information gaps and tools that were needed for TMDL development. Significant contributions were provided from multiple academic, state, federal, and private consulting entities to complete the research and applied science contained in the TMDL report. The collection and application of this information has provided a framework for the integration of science and information and its translation into management application through the TMDL program. Now, if we jump forward, excuse me, to today, the TMDL agencies and the interdisciplinary members of the Tahoe Science Advisory Council, as well as others in the science and engineering community, we're all on a similar path. We're again asking key questions about current affairs, just as we did back in 2001. Key framing questions are depicted here. And, to know where you're going, it's often important to look at where you've been. And so we feel that the roadmap for improvement had to start with framing relevant questions to kick off the scientific process. Agencies knew we'd have to use current and best available science to answer these questions. You've heard that a multi-million-dollar research and monitoring plan was launched that involved more than 150 scientists and professionals to quantify pollutant types, sources, delivery rates, and determine the capacity of the lake to accept those pollutants and develop a feasible, cost-effective restoration strategy that also had broad stakeholder support. As a result, the Lake Tahoe TMDL is one of the most scientifically defensible TMDLs in the nation, and other similar resource management entities are watching how we function, as was shown in the map by Dr. Havert with the benchmarking project that they did with the TSAC. As we work through a changing environment, we're equipped to react. However, the foundation for the program was multi-year tremendous effort that resulted in consensus on the best path forward. Smaller mid-course corrections are occurring annually in the program that we have today, but any large-scale change to the program would really necessitate an equally rigorous scientific analysis of current conditions and new emerging issues. I equate it to trying to steer an aircraft carrier. We're not necessarily on a vessel that big, but it is our responsibility to change course carefully and intentionally versus like having a new jet ski and boating wildly around the lake. Loss of clarity is simply the fact that light cannot make it as deeply into the water column as before due to the presence of light absorbing and light scattering pollutants. In 2000, it was believed that algae stimulating nutrients of nitrogen and phosphorus had the primary effect on lake clarity. But the importance of fine inorganic particles to Lake Tahoe's clarity was first recognized in 1999. Earlier investigations focused primarily on phytoplankton activity as the primary source of organic particles. But a series of in-lake investigations in 1999 helped characterize particle distribution dynamics in the lake. And of note in this graphic is the large band in the middle, indicating the significance of light scattering due to inorganic particles. Now, this optical model is still just as relevant as the science is pointing towards a new additional biological components that act like and scatter light similarly to fine inorganic particles. Put this into perspective a little bit. As part of the TMDL science program, additional research and monitoring was done to investigate the fine sediment particle loading rates from various sources. Additional investigations were also conducted to better understand the process of particle aggregation, settling, and ultimate removal from the water column. These particles are so fine that it takes time for them to settle out, unlike sinking beach sand, for example. You'll see the figure on the left. It compares a human hair to fine beach sand, but fine sediment particles are around the size of 16 microns or less, with the human hair depicted there being 50 to 70 microns in diameter. So we're talking about really tiny inorganic particles. And the smaller the particles, the greater the scattering effect. So we really need to establish now a greater understanding of the organisms that appear to be acting like fine sediment particles. To answer the questions of how much pollution is reaching the lake, an extensive source analysis was done involving a variety of expertise from the many different organizations noted here. The goal was to refine estimates of nutrient loading rates and to quantify source loading rates for fine sediment particles from 5 different source categories. Each of these efforts was a significant undertaking spanning several years. I have additional information on these, but in the interest of time, I will provide those if you have questions later. Now, of interest to Assemblywoman Peters earlier this morning, I would note that most of these institutions and then many others remain involved in our work today. The source analysis resulted in an updated pollutant budget that included fine sediment particles, and in the center chart, it is shown. Please note the extent to which the urban environment plays into the delivery of fine sediment into the lake. Urban runoff is over 70% of the impact. Now, how is this possible when the urban land makes up a relatively small portion of the land area? Well, data from stormwater monitoring projects characterized runoff concentrations from various land uses and indicated that the ratio of fine to total sediment particles increases with land use intensity. I'm not expecting you to digest this hydrodynamic model graphic, but to provide insight into the question about what load reductions were needed to achieve clarity goals, the lake clarity model was refined to incorporate the optical model that I noted earlier. It was developed based on fine sediment particle research in Lake Tahoe. Meteorological and source pollutant loading rates were inputs to the model, and then they were run through an interrelated set of submodels that all work together to produce outputs that predicted Secchi depth values based on inputs. Now, it's really important to note that this fundamental model is 20 years old, and it really needs to be updated given changing environmental inputs related to climate, meteorology, the timing and intensity of precipitation of rain versus snow, and other factors. Nevada and California programs are interested in validating this model with updated information. And we know now, after 20 years of ongoing science, that we can input new information into the model that we know versus what was modeled estimates in the past. And as we learn more, the Tahoe TMDL adaptive management process provides for the TMDL agencies to assess new information and react appropriately to change. Now, in regard to the lake model outputs, this is really the work of the local entities and what we're doing on the ground to achieve restoration of the lake clarity. The clarity model output simulations resulted in the unequivocal importance of fine sediments. According to the model, clarity was clearly more responsive to fine sediment reductions than nutrient reductions of nitrogen or phosphorus, which is why the TMDL is focused on fine sediment particle removal. Nutrients are also removed from the flow to the lake when fine sediment is removed. So other projects and processes help to remove nutrients in addition to fine sediment. TRPA implementation of aspects of the regional plan and basin-wide use of the Environmental Improvement Program project funding all move the needle towards improvement and restoration of clarity. The TMDL agency sought to develop a feasible, cost-effective restoration strategy capable of receiving broad stakeholder support. An analysis of pollutant reduction opportunities was performed in 3 steps, including an evaluation to screen potential pollutant controls for feasibility, a site scale analysis of load reduction potential based on best available performance data, and then an extrapolation to the basin-wide scale to produce estimates of pollutant load reductions for each source category. And then the steps were pursued independently by each of 4 groups of experts. Details on the implementation development process are available in reports that are housed online in the website that you heard about earlier called Lake Tahoe Info, which is super easy to find if you just search LT Info. It'll pop right up for you. As has been said by TRPA this morning, we can manage what we can measure. So progress assessment is a key task of TMDL program operations. Consistent tracking and regular and transparent results reporting are not only key to assessing progress, but also essential to demonstrate that expenditure of public funding on water quality improvements are justified. Urban stormwater quality control projects are expensive, and the low-hanging fruit is slowly being picked. Load reductions in future 5-year cycles will be hard to come by, and load reduction performance will be a key metric in decision-making and funding prioritization. Monitoring components include stormwater runoff monitoring, stream monitoring, and in-lake monitoring. This information is assembled, assessed, and informs potential programmatic adjustments to improve the program. This is a screenshot from LT Info. Given that funding is the greatest opportunity to achieve fine particle load reductions resides with the urban upland source category. It was clear that achieving clarity goals relies disproportionately on urban stormwater load reductions. In Nevada, this heavy lift is coming from NDOT, Douglas County, and Washoe County. DCNR supports these efforts with NDEP's federal grant fundings through our non-point source program and state lands EIP projects where we can. As discussed, attaining clarity is estimated to take 65 years, so the Tahoe TMDL program breaks it into 5-year load reduction milestones throughout this time frame. These 5-year milestones and interim targets have been incorporated into regulatory permits and agreements with local governments and state transportation agencies. The credit tracking system is unique nationally, and information is easily accessible on LT Info. Urban implementers' progress is tracked, reported, and assessed using a sophisticated credit accounting system that involves registering pollutant controls like street sweeping or stormwater control basins, modeling estimated load reductions, and then verifying actual on-the-ground conditions that are near to or better than modeled conditions. 2019 results shown in comparison to the blue target line on this chart indicate that load reductions continue to be greater than interim targets, and urban implementers are on track to attain the 2021 milestone. Load reductions for nitrogen and phosphorus are also exceeding targets. Although urban sources have received the most attention, non-urban source loads reductions are still a really important component of the recommended strategy and are really needed to achieve ultimate clarity targets. Analysis suggests that continuing to implement current and planned programs that are non-urban related and those practices should be sufficient to achieve load reductions needed for these source areas. Program implementation for non-urban source categories is assessed using a set of performance measures that quantify the extent of activities implemented to reduce pollutant loads. And again, this information is available on LT Info. In regard to ongoing program improvement, TMDL agencies are currently working with non-urban partners to evaluate the usefulness of the existing performance measures and to ensure data records are complete and accurate. That said, all indications at the current time suggest that non-urban implementation remains on track. An example that we're really excited about is the Upland Forest Health Initiative by Lake Tahoe West, which is a collaboration of the California Tahoe Conservancy and the U.S. Forest Service. It's a tremendous effort to understand and manage a portion of the basin's forests, and it will really be interesting to see how lessons learned there can be applied to other ecologically diverse areas of Tahoe. Regarding the management system, new information that potentially comes from future studies can be considered by the program. The TMDL program is a formal adaptive management and continuous improvement process system, which the program operates, called the TMDL management system. On an annual basis, we recognize that policy can't be static in a changing environment. And this is really a fundamental tenet of the TMDL's adaptive management system. The system is executed on an annual cycle that results in tangible products and deliverables, available again on LT Info. It's important to note that stakeholder engagement and interaction is critical for the success of the TMDL management system. Implementers, scientists, funders, and decision makers all play an important role in providing input to improve program operations. Stakeholders can submit recommendations to adjust or improve the program based on new, important, and relevant scientific findings and technical information. Decisions on recommendations are transparently documented in a decision record memo every year, and it's approved by state executives. Available on LT Info. In the interest of time, I'll skip the details for this slide as it was covered by Dr. Havert, although I will mention that the NDP contract for this project has a report delivery date in September, so it's really coming out soon. It does tie into Dr. Havert's discussion on rain and snow delivery, and it'll be really interesting to see all of the conclusions that come out of this report. Drivers suspected to influence clarity include biological conditions such as changing phytoplankton species and concentrations due to food web changes that you heard about with the mysis shrimp, thermal stratification, and hydrological factors such as the timing and delivery of runoff and extreme climate conditions. Science has played a key role in developing the TMDL Foundation and will continue to play a key role in our adaptive management of the program. New information in science is emerging and the ways of the past are being tested as introduced by Dr. Havert. Biology is mimicking inorganic fine sediment and new strategies are going to be needed to complement the progress that's been made. I haven't talked about it, but nearshore algae is a greater part of the conversation related to public interaction with the lake and is really a growing area of observations and frankly complaints since we have more people interacting with the lake in the nearshore region. NDP and the Lahontan Water Board are actively engaging with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council to better understand factors driving recent lake clarity trends. And NDEP is actually one of the non-voting members of the TSAC, the Science Council at this time. So we have a seat there and actively engage on a regular basis with the Science Council. And then let's see, Nevada supports state and local projects and research with our federal grant funds. And then the EIP project resources from the Division of State Lands also contribute to the work that's being done. But prioritization of work throughout the basin that will inform the agency's ability to manage the program is important in this continued era of limited available research funding, as was discussed some this morning. There really are more layers to the program, and the overall multifaceted effort to improve the historic clarity of Tahoe is broad. Basin-wide and regionally, people love the lake and are personally and professionally invested. And we recognize that new scientific investigation needs to inform where we are today versus 20 years ago when it began and where we go tomorrow. Switching gears real briefly, we were also asked to make mention of our role in overseeing Hobart Reservoir and the Marlette Lake water system. So switching gears completely. Beyond Tahoe, NDP regulates these waters in two ways. Your water quality planning has assigned beneficial uses to these waters, and then water quality standards, numeric standards, are created to protect those uses. I'm happy to note that water quality data collected and stored in our informational database looks good compared to the standards and does not present any cause for concern with these water bodies. The second way we regulate Hobart and Marlette is what we actually call the state watershed, and it's the drinking water source for Virginia City and a potential source for Carson City, as it has been in the past. Drinking water that comes out of this region, the state watershed, is processed in a surface water treatment plant prior to distribution in Virginia City. Water arriving there is of a quality that's readily treatable for distribution, and that system is in compliance. You know, it's really quite amazing that the inverted siphon that takes water from Marlette and goes down through Carson City and back up to Virginia City is just an engineering marvel. Even though it's 150 years old, it still works well. And you know, being an engineer, I just think it's fantastic. So, with that, I will take any questions that anyone might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. I agree. It is a fantastic and interesting engineering feat. Thank you so much for the presentation. I have a couple questions, but I'm going to go ahead and ask the committee if there are questions. I'm not seeing any. Okay. Then I'm going to start with my question. So first of all, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to start off with, are we studying or setting standards or considering setting standards for anything along the lines of personal care products such as sunscreen or pharmaceuticals in the lake?
The Nevada regulatory program relies heavily on the science that is produced by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. We are aware of what we call contaminants of emerging concerns, and personal care products are associated with those contaminants of emerging concern. However, NDP doesn't have toxicologists or the type of scientists that we would need to set our own standards. However, we regularly watch and monitor and provide input as we have the opportunity to with the US EPA on their setting of new standards, maximum contaminant levels for water bodies and the like.
Thank you. And then my second question is what, so on your pollutant sources image, which was on page 11 of your presentation, what portions of those are point sources versus non-point sources? And can you describe how those entities will be regulated in the basin?
You know, generally, we have very few point sources of pollution into the lake. As was mentioned earlier, the sewage has been removed from the lake, you know, decades past. It is actually really quite unusual to have a point source discharge to the basin itself. The exceptions would be controlled, permitted activities such as installation of piers and buoys and things of that nature. But as far as other sorts of point source discharges, we really don't have many of those permitted activities in the Tahoe Basin. So the sources are really the non-point sources related to runoff.
And are those regulated as other non-point sources in the state are regulated, or is there a separate regulatory structure for Tahoe specific non-point sources?
Non-point sources are regulated generally across the state, but the non-point source program is largely a voluntary program to install best management practices where, if you're talking about the Walker River or the Carson River, the Truckee River, or other lake basins, if they're impacted by, transportation or agriculture, those sorts of best management practices to reduce non-point source pollution are not regulated the same way as point sources. In Tahoe, we do have, it is essentially the TMDL program that takes it to another level, where then we have interlocal agreements that are penned with Washoe County, Douglas County, and NDOT that have much the same effect as a permit. And so those interlocal agreements that we have with those entities are very highly regulated with regard to their the targets that they have to achieve for pollutant load reductions and the credits that they get for different activities that they do. You get certain number of credits for the timing of street sweeping, or you get a certain number of credits for creating a stormwater basin that has pollutant reduction controls associated with it. So in Nevada, those activities are regulated under the interlocal agreements under the umbrella of the TMDL.
That leads in nicely to my last question, which is, what are lake clarity credits and how do you use those?
So that is another facet of this program that it just gets to the real complexity of it. There is a pollutant load reduction model that informs the different amounts of credits that an entity would receive for any particular project that they might do to remove non-point source pollution. So those are modeled credits. The system exists on the platform of LT Info. So when they tell us they want to do a particular project, they register those credits and then they perform the project. And then on the other side, during implementation, we inspect and verify that those credits are valid and in line with the modeled values that we expected to the best of the science that we have today. There isn't a real clear numeric relationship to the credits with load reductions. There was some math that was done for the press release that we did recently, equating the fine sediment particles reductions in the basin to the numbers of drums of fine sediment that were held back from the lake in 2019. So there is some correlation, but I can't tell you that like one credit equals 10 particles or something like that. But there are modeled correlations between those two.
What I'm thinking or referencing is so you are controlling inputs via one project in order to allow for inputs from a secondary project where the controls may be less functional, or am I understanding that correctly?
Could you phrase that another way? I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah. So you're implementing a project that reduces input loading in order to have a project that results in input loading, and those credits are leveraged against each other, the inputs here versus the inputs that were limited from the mitigation project?
So it's the mitigation projects alone that receive credits. And so just in general numbers, so if you're going to perform street sweeping in the wintertime, that activity might award you like 10 credits. Whereas a stormwater basin that collects runoff even from that cleaner street and intercepts it before it gets to the lake might award implementing agency an additional 15 credits. All of those types of pollution control strategies have been modeled and have particular credit values assigned to them. And then there are targets that then those values are, they're additive. And then over time, as they continue to implement those strategies and then add additional strategies, the load reductions are cumulative towards the goal of the clarity challenge, and then ultimately the ultimate goal being able to see down to 97 feet.
Okay, so the credits are not then to be used to offset impacts of future projects. They're just to meet the goals and standards of, okay, RTM. Yeah, okay, I got it now. Thank you.
Sorry,
Okay,
yeah, I
that
wasn't
wraps
thinking of it. I wasn't thinking of it as like a cap and trade type program. It's not like that at all. It's a credit, a credit that's cumulative towards improvement of the environment.
Yeah, I was thinking more about like a habitat mitigation plan where you kind of offset your inputs by investing in a higher value, but it seems like that's not what this credit system is for. Very nice. All right, are there any other questions from the committee?
Assemblywoman Peters, this is Senator Parks. I guess I have two questions. I'm a little confused on this discussion of credits, and I wanted to ask first, what do you do with the credits once you get them? Is there a particular use that a commercial establishment, for example, would put the credits toward?
Thank you for the question, Senator Parks. Yes, clearly we are using the concept of credits differently than a lot of other sectors might. In order to reach the goals, the ultimate goals of being able to see to 100 feet in Lake Tahoe, we have to remove a cumulative amount of sediment from runoff that's getting from the mountaintops down through the urban areas and ultimately into the lake. So for every particle of fine sediment that they remove, it feeds into this concept of receiving a credit. It's a gold star. It's an attaboy for removing material from the water that's reaching the lake. It's not usable in any other fashion other than an accounting, so that we as regulators can assess the successes of the projects that our local agencies are conducting, NDOT, Washoe County and Douglas County. They have to meet certain goals of accumulating those gold stars, those credit values, to show us that the work that they're doing is successful in removing those particles from the non-point source flows to the lake.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Appreciate that. Assemblywoman Peters, I have one final question for Ms. Carr, and that is dealing with the wildfires and the pollution caused by environmentally with as a result of wildfires. Ms. Carr, do you have any comments relative to that?
Given the fires that have been experienced in the basin, there have been monitoring activities associated with those in the following years as rainstorms have come through before those lands have reestablished their vegetation. I don't have a tremendous amount of that information off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to compile some of that and see if we can provide it to you offline.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. It was more of a curiosity question than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Carr, for continuing to explain the credit program. I think it makes more sense now and seems to be kind of a good steward credit, as well as meeting your goal metric, which I can appreciate for something kind of as enigmatic as non-point source pollutants and these fine sediment particles. So anyone else? All right, I'm not seeing anything. Thank you so much, Ms. Carr. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And I think that Senator Park's question kind of leads us nicely into agenda item 8, which is a presentation regarding Lake Tahoe Basin forest health, fuels reduction, and wildfire prevention activities. We have two parts to this. The first are state activities by the Nevada Tahoe Resource Team and the Division of Forestry. Casey will be here to talk about those. And the second part is a federal summary. So Casey, are you there and ready to present?
Yes, I'm here. I will share my
right.
screen now.
And again, this presentation, we have about 20 minutes allotted for the presentation and 10 minutes for committee questions. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Hopefully you're seeing my screen. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, good. Members of the committee, again, for the record, Casey, State Forester Fire Warden for the Nevada Division of Forestry. That was a great segue into the forest health and fuel reduction and wildfire prevention activities in the basin. You're going to hear a lot of the same themes as you've heard earlier as far as collaboration and cooperation. It's definitely something that Tahoe was kind of modeling for the rest of us in the state for a long time. And is something that we have been using going forward. I'm going to start this conversation with the current forest health conditions in the Tahoe Basin. As you all are probably very well aware, it's a mixed conifer forest in the Tahoe Basin, facing many of the same challenges you heard from a water perspective a little bit earlier. We've got over-mature timber, large old stands. We have excessive hazard ladder fuels in the undergrowth underneath our forests. We have stocking levels of over 200 trees per acre, meaning it's much more densely stocked than it had been historically, which causes issues of insect and disease mortality. It's highly prone to that, as well as catastrophic loss during wildfires when and if they get started up there, as well as the same issues of climate change. Historically, we were looking at management activities that were looking backward in time, and we are taking all of the current science that's being produced, as well as some current studies that we're doing to try to figure out what we may be able to do in these forests going forward that we may not have been able to do going backward because of the changing climate conditions. So one of the primary tools we have to assess forest health across the state actually, but also in the Tahoe Basin, is aerial detection surveys. We fly these with the Forest Service every year. So NDF's forest health specialists and those from the U.S. Forest Service fly all of our forested and woodland areas across the state, traditionally each area every year. And what they're looking for is trends in insect and disease infection and mortality across the state. So we can detect if we have large outbreaks, if we have new insect and disease populations in areas we didn't have them before. So we're looking at trends across these forests and woodlands. What you're seeing in the Tahoe Basin from this chart is our primary issues are fern engraver beetle, mountain pine beetle, and white satin moth. They're causing the most damage currently and the mortality. We are seeing increases in some, decreases in others, as you're seeing there. We did see a pretty significant increase in mountain pine beetle and lodgepole pines and 5-needle pines in the basin. However, nothing close to what we were seeing in South Dakota and Colorado when they had, complete forests devastated by this beetle. NDF is working with the University of Nevada, Reno on research on the white satin moth, currently funded through the Lake Tahoe License Plate Fund program. The purpose of this research is to see how the white satin moth is, what effects it's having in our aspen stands. It's a non-native defoliator that's causing our decline in aspen stands across the basin and across the state. What this research will help us identify is the extent and the severity of the impacts, as well as how it's going to regrow, what we can do with either spraying or other management techniques, prescribed fire or thinning of the forest, or even reintroducing aspen into other areas, and where we would have success in doing that with this defoliator here. That research is said to go through 2021, so we are hoping that those, when we have all of that data, it will help to inform how we manage stands and restore aspen stands in the Tahoe Basin in the future. So the take-home messages on our forest health conditions in the Tahoe Basin currently are, we have been seeing an increase in insect damage and disease over the past 5 years. Though we have some what look to be larger scale outbreaks, they are not large scale compared to insect and disease outbreaks across the West or the United States. And these are cyclic issues, so typically driven by water availability or susceptibility, same like wildfire issues where we have overstocked forests. They are all competing for the same resources, the trees are, and so they're very, very highly susceptible to these outbreaks. What we don't know, but will know by continuing our aerial surveys, is how, if this would become of epidemic proportions, causing severe mortality, which also causes increased fire potential into the future. All of this research that we do between the Forest Service and NDF on our aerial surveys goes into a report which gets shared across the state and widely spread out to all of our partners. Definitely used by the Nevada Tahoe Resource Team under the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, which is the combination of NDF, NDOW, Parks and Lands, foresters who are working in the basin to try to incite fuel reduction change and or forest health conditions. The next thing we're working on collectively, obviously collaboratively in across the state and in Tahoe Basin is wildfire prevention activities. It's definitely an interagency activity in the Tahoe Basin. Land ownership is largely federal ownership, but there are a lot of homes also interspersed within the basin. So the Tahoe Network of Fire Adapted Communities has been up and running for quite some time, really trying to bring together homeowners with fire response entities, with land managers, with construction, with everything, to try to see how we all can do our part to reduce the effects of catastrophic fire in the Tahoe Basin. A lot of the wildfire prevention activities include education and information opportunities. It's a challenge, obviously, in the Tahoe Basin with the home ownership. There's a lot of second homeowners in the basin, as well as rentals. So you've seen a lot of public service announcements and increased education and information going out to the people that are coming to stay in those homes and the people who own them on how to not only reduce their fuel loads, but also make their home more fire safe and other issues. The heart of what we all are implementing is fuel reduction, forest health projects throughout the state, really, but in the Tahoe Basin. It's definitely an interagency team. As I said earlier, we are using the best available science that we have, as well as multiple planning documents, including the Tahoe Forest Action Plan, multiple community wildfire protection plans for communities within the Nevada side of the Tahoe Basin, as well as the California side, and the 10-year multi-jurisdictional plan created for SNPLMA, actually the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, but also was created by all interagency partners, state, local, federal, to kind of define where and how we would work in the near term and in the long term, trying to get our forests back into a more healthy condition where they could withstand insect and disease and wildfire as it came through. So the acreage treated to date just for the state and our cooperators, the local government cooperators, is 30,000, just shy of 31,000 acres. probably would have had better since 2000. As you can see, there's a lot better data coming in now. We have interagency collector apps and websites where everything's being stored. So our historic data from the 2000 to 2006 is really not very well documented. But we have had a lot of treatment up in the Tahoe Basin jointly with our federal partners. The Tahoe EIP program, the Environmental Improvement Program, has done a lot of work recently. That is the Tahoe, I always get the team name wrong, the Nevada Tahoe Resource Team, primarily working in the Lake Tahoe, Nevada State Parks to reduce fuel loads and improve forest health conditions. So the majority of the recent projects are listed here for you. I'm sure you heard of or saw pictures of the Spooner helicopter logging operation. It was 300 acres in the Lake Tahoe, Nevada State Park. What you see in the pictures is the log deck that was brought out by the helicopter. We sold 1 million board feet of logs to California, unfortunately, because we don't have any utilization entities here right now. But it was quite an interesting project to watch. It was the first of its kind for us up in the Tahoe Basin, watching the precision that these helicopters had of hauling those logs and decking them up. There was also 100 acres treated in Tunnel Creek. The Van Sickle project is 186 acres, and the Slaughterhouse Sand Harbor Tunnel Creek is about 280 acres. All of those, we are working on a collector app storybook that will show how all of these actually, it seems like some of those are very far into the backcountry and maybe don't tie directly together, but they do in land base and tie to projects that we've done down into the Carson side of the basin, as well as those down into the Tahoe side of the basin. And so there's a large landscape scale tied to all of these projects. The Tahoe Urban Lots Program is primarily run by the state lands forester on the Nevada Tahoe Resource Team. The purpose of this program is to reduce fuel loads and improve forest health, as all of them are, on the urban environments or the urban lots in the Tahoe Basin. The state owns 492 lots covering about 232 acres from Daggett Summit to Crystal Bay. Primarily, the treatments that have been conducted to date have been funded through the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act funds. But I think it's really important to note how much work has been done on these individual parcels. And it's also interesting to know that these parcels range from a couple acres up to the Nevada State Park up there. So they're small to very, very large, and there's varying different management objectives based on where these parcels lay. Some of them are directly within communities, others are adjacent, and others are pretty far out there. So, but 99% of those 492 parcels have been treated at least once. 53% of the parcels have been treated twice. There is a management aspect to all of these treatments. Sometimes we can't thin to the densities we would want in the first go round because the trees are too weak. If we take too many, we'll knock the rest of them down. So there's multiple entries required to get to the stand diversity or the stocking levels that we're looking for in the project. And then 40% of the parcels are treated 3 to 6 times. So there has been a lot of work on Nevada's urban lots. With that, as I was thinking I'm between you and lunch, I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any directly. I do want to, again, just point people to the interim committee to study wildfires. If you have additional interest in this area, Casey and our partners have presented numerous times in that committee on the issues of wildfire in the state of Nevada. All right, well, thank you again.
Thank you.
And that brings us to agenda item 8B, which is federal activities by the United States Forest Service, U.S. Department of Agriculture, an overview of the multi-jurisdictional Tahoe Fire and Fuels team, presented by Danielle Harrison, Acting Forest Supervisor. of the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit of the Forest Service, USDA, Matt Jedra, and Carrie Fowler. Are you available? It looks like we're connecting you now. Hi there. All right, go ahead and please proceed with your presentation, but if you would, please identify yourself for the record each time you speak. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, I want to thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and the committee today for having us present. And so again, for the record, I'm Danelle D. Harrison, Acting Forest Supervisor, Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, so with the USDA Forest Service. And so it's a couple of us presenting today, and I have Casey in my ear right now thinking about what she said about us also being in between you and lunch. So we'll do our best to hit the high points, but obviously feel free to ask us any questions you may have or any clarity you may need. So in the past 2 years, the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit has really worked hard to increase both the pace and scale of our restoration efforts within the basin on the 78% of basin lands that are actually under National Forest System management. And so we have transformed the vegetation program from awarding what would be around 2 to 6 million board feet annually in thinning contracts to now a program that's around 9 to 12 million board feet a year. So we did that pretty quickly. And so in order to achieve this, a big piece of this, as you've heard many people speak to, is the work with partners and those interagency relationships. So for example, we've developed new partnerships with Liberty Utilities, with NV Energy, as well as the National Forest Foundation. So not to just, again, sustain the work that we currently do, but broaden our ecological restoration and reduce the risk to catastrophic wildland fire within the Lake Tahoe Basin. We've also used another tool in our toolbox, which was congressionally delegated to us. So a special NEPA categorical exclusion for us to be able to do hazardous fuels reduction work up to 10,000 acres. So we use this for both our South Tahoe and Liberty projects. And then we're going to use specifically the Liberty project as a template for similar work that we are just beginning to start the planning phase for on the Nevada side of Lake Tahoe. And so this is work that we're doing with both the state and with NV Energy. So not only have we worked again to become more efficient, but more innovative in accomplishing our land stewardship goals. So in addition to that special NEPA category, we are trying something else new with one of our projects around Echo Summit. It's called an indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contract. So for services, so the intent is that we hopefully entice a greater pool of thinning contractors and able to lower the thinning cost per acre in the future. So it's something that will hopefully provide additional economic benefits. But as many of the presenters have spoken to, we don't get as much money as we historically did to conduct work. And so every opportunity we can take to lower our cost per acre is an opportunity we seek. Additionally, as you all know, that under the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act, as partners, we collectively have a priority project list. And so not only have we planned and implemented hazardous fuels reduction work, so a lot of the work that I just spoke to fits under that category, but also whether it's been the Forest Service who has implemented the work or money that we pass through grant dollars or agreements and partners to do some of our other critical watershed restoration work. So around our wetlands, our marshlands, our aquatic invasive species. So this is that critical work that is also very much needed to build our ecological resiliency. And again, not just on National Forest System's lands, but in an all lands approach across the basin. And so this shared stewardship model is truly integral to the successful management of, again, all our lands around Lake Tahoe. So within the basin, not only are we working on progressively treating our forested landscape, but a healthy ecosystem for us would be incomplete without an equal focus on sustainable recreation. Many of you all, if you've been up to the basin recently, you probably noticed a pretty severe uptick in visitation. So annually, I want to say that the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit sees about 12 million visitors. We are either on track or positioned to supersede that number, even living in a COVID-19 world. And so this has created significant impacts to infrastructure, to trash, human waste. We've had overflow parking on our roadsides, increases in abandoned campfires and search and rescues, which we know then creates greater exposure to our first responders to COVID-19. And we're also really seeing it task our law enforcement and our forest ranger personnel. So again, within the spirit of partnership, we've been working across the basin collectively, and especially through the EIP Sustainable Recreation Group, to leverage each other's resources. The Forest Service has also been trying to leverage all our media resources within Sacramento and the Bay Area to get the word out around how to come up and be good stewards of the land and be good visitors here in the basin. And so we are working as best we can to address challenges that until now have been unforeseen for us, and then working as partners to be better positioned next summer if the lake region is once again overwhelmed by visitors. So as with sustainable recreation, it is a village effort. So you've heard them say it takes a village that reaps much of our success here in the basin. And so a big piece of that, which we are truly fortunate to have, is the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. So this huge partnership involves 21 agencies composed of federal, tribal, state, local conservation, land management, and fire agencies. And over the past 2 decades, these agencies have treated around 85,000 acres of forested lands to reduce hazardous fuels within the basin. And so for comparison, right, the entire basin, regardless of the land ownership, totals 205,000 acres. So again, just for emphasis, as a partnership within the basin on the top with the Tahoe Fires and Fuel team, we have treated 85,000 acres of those 205,000 acres that encompass the entire basin. So, so for our forests, our communities that are interwoven and intermixed within our forested lands, we know that we face unique complexities that we experience here for what is truly a highly sought after recreation destination, where we have more disturbance and threats to the ecosystem and higher cost per acre to treat than a lot of places, not only within the states of Nevada and California, but the United States. And as Casey mentioned in her presentation, not only do we have the task or the mandate of treating what people would look at as our traditional forested lands, but we do have those 13,000 small undeveloped parcels. So what we call our urban lots that are intermixed into those neighborhoods. And so the Forest Service accounts for 3,000 of those that Casey discussed. And then of course the rest are managed by the states of Nevada and California. And so the Forest Service, the California Tahoe Conservancy, and the Nevada Tahoe Resource Team have completed, as Casey said, almost 100% of the initial treatments for hazardous fuels on those lots. And we are continuing to collectively prioritize the maintenance that is going to be needed for those lots in the long run. And so with that, just keeping time in mind, I'm going to hand this over to Chief Carrie Thaler, who is the Forest Fire Management Officer for the management unit. So I'll have you take it away, Carrie.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good
Yes.
morning. Actually, it is now officially afternoon. Once again, my name is Carrie Thaler. I am the Forest Fire Management Officer for the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, U.S. Forest Service. Thank you, committee, for giving us this opportunity to speak to you. As both Danelle and Casey alluded to, the collaborative partnerships that we have here in the Lake Tahoe Basin and the commitment that we have from all those involved to protect the Lake Tahoe watershed and the associated lake clarity are two of the greatest things that we have going for us. We have a shared responsibility to build on this commitment to be sure that the lake and its surroundings are protected. The California Tahoe Conservancy published the Lake Tahoe Basin Forest Action Plan, which Casey mentioned, in August of 2019. The Forest Action Plan is once again a Tahoe Fire and Fuels team effort working toward protecting and improving the extraordinary natural and recreational resources of the Lake Tahoe Basin through fuels reduction. The Forest Action Plan integrates the work of nearly 24 conservation, land management, and fire agencies, including Casey and the Nevada Division of Forestry, with the intent of completing and maintaining all wildland urban interface treatments and implementing large land scale restoration. It is built upon a 3-tiered strategy. The first objective is to expand the pace and scale of restoration through landscape scale projects that cover all ownerships. The second objective is to build greater capacity for these efforts by expanding the workforce, strategically using prescribed fire, and supporting markets for biomass and small diameter trees. And the third and final objective is to leverage new technology, including high resolution satellite imagery and artificial intelligence to map forest structure and wildfire risk. Danelle and Casey provided you with some TFFT accomplishments. In 2019 specifically, TFFT partners treated approximately 4,600 acres of forest land across the Tahoe Basin to reduce hazardous forest fuels and improve forest health. Lake Tahoe Basin managers are on track to meet the goal of the Forest Action Plan, which is to complete 22,000 acres of WUI treatments by 2025. In addition to the Forest Action Plan, we also now will have a memorandum of understanding for pre-fire and fuels reduction operations in the Lake Tahoe Basin and along the Sierra Front. We have had agreements and operating plans in place for fire suppression and emergency mutual aid for a long time here, and have been committed to supporting each other in fire response, especially since the lessons learned from the Angora fire in 2007. The intent of this MOU is to have a high-level agreement in place for non-fire suppression and non-emergency mutual aid. This MOU describes our intentions to cooperate, collaborate, and share resources to accomplish multi-jurisdictional projects across jurisdictional boundaries in the Lake Tahoe Basin area and along the Sierra Front, which will in turn increase our prescribed fire capacity, prescribed fire training, and all other vegetation management treatments. Once again, all with the intent to restore health and create and sustain an ecologically resilient ecosystem here in the Lake Tahoe Basin. All parties to the Lake Tahoe Regional Fire Chiefs Association and the Sierra Front Cooperators should be signing this MOU this Thursday. Some highlights for 2019 include, in 2019, the Tahoe Basin was extremely fortunate to not have experienced any large or damaging wildfires thanks to a highly trained suppression force, quick wildfire response times, and recent hazardous fuels reduction work completed by the TFFT partners. However, there were still many close calls as the basin continues to average 40 to 50 wildfire ignitions annually, mostly due to illegal and unattended campfires. California and Nevada experienced record-breaking fires throughout both states over the last 3 years, a strong reminder that the threat is still urgent and there is much more work to do, more work to accomplish. The Washoe Tribe, in 2019, the Washoe Tribe became a member of the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team and signed on to the multi-jurisdictional strategy for fuels reduction and wildfire prevention. In 2019, the Tahoe Network of Fire Adapted Communities, which Casey talked about, hosted 8 neighborhood block parties and community work days and 11 public workshops. They also attended 22 general events such as farmers markets, community concerts, educating approximately 2,500 people about wildfire preparedness. In addition, 2 neighborhood leader orientations were hosted with approximately 80 participants and a wildfire preparedness event in Spanish with 14 participants. In 2019, 5,408 parcels, hopefully all of our numbers match up. 5,408 parcels were inspected for defensible space in the Lake Tahoe Basin. This record number of inspections was due to increased public interest as well as increase in funding, providing more resources for local fire protection districts to conduct more inspections. Finally, in 2019, it was a record year for acres treated on private lands and on lands managed by the state of California. It was also a record year for the amount of biomass removal and mechanical thinning. As for 2020, all fire departments and agencies around the Lake Tahoe Basin and along the Sierra Front continue to use the closest forces for fire response, with our predominant strategy being rapid containment. The California Cooperative Fire Management Agreement 2020 Sub-Geographic Annual Operating Plan, or Sub-GEO, allows us to do this. Also for 2020, TFFT partners recently compiled a list of critical needs projects for each agency, as Danelle mentioned, in the Lake Tahoe Basin, and we are coordinating to develop project nominations for the Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act, or SNPLMA, Round 18 grants. All of our participation together in the pre-fire suppression MOU demonstrates our interagency collaboration, which should help us in securing SNPLMA grants and other grants in the future, and also serve to be a stepping stone for larger, more powerful agreements. With that, I will turn it over to Deputy Forest Supervisor Matt Jedra.
Thanks, Carrie. And thank you, everyone, and committee members. Again, for the record, my name is Matt Jedra. I'm the acting Deputy Forest Supervisor here on the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. So here in Lake Tahoe, agencies are complementing wild and urban interface treatments with a more move towards larger projects to restore forest and ecosystem health in the basin. So our first look at this landscape scale restoration project is the 60,000 acre Lake Tahoe West restoration project. This is a collaborative effort that we formed in 2016. So this project is focused on increasing social ecological resilience of forests, watersheds, recreation opportunities, and communities on the west shore of Lake Tahoe Basin. The Lake Tahoe West partners include government agencies with land management and regulatory responsibilities in the Lake Tahoe Basin, along with stakeholders representing scientists, conservation groups, fire protection agencies, the recreation community, homeowners and businesses, local government, and others with a stake in the resilience of the West Shore. After the Forest Service invested $500,000 to start the planning effort for this project, we were able to obtain funding for the remaining planning effort from the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, or also known as SNPLMA. Agencies are now looking at taking the successes learned from this project and continue that large landscape level project around each quadrant of Lake Tahoe Basin. And with any funds received moving ahead, we're looking to prioritize critical fuel reduction, watershed restoration, and sustainable recreation projects that ensure all public lands around the lake will be treated with ecological resilience at the forefront of our strategy. In closing, I want to thank members of the committee for having us today. You know, our strategies looking ahead for the Lake Tahoe Basin must be collaborative, they must be transparent, and they must be interactive so that we all feel we're taking a part in America's public lands. So thank you again for today, and I'll open it up with questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation on federal work being done in the basin. Do you mind muting yourself? I've got a little echo there. Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for our presenters? Don't see any coming up. Well, I just want to thank you all for your hard work in keeping the basin safe, and knowing that we have such a strong group of folks involved in that effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that concludes our presentations on water and forest health today. I just want to thank our staff for helping pull this together. Thank you so much, Lisa Keller in particular, for your help in getting everyone coordinated for this long day of presentations. And thanks everyone for being here for that. And with that, I'm going to turn things back over to Chair Ratty.
So first of all, I want to extend my gratitude to all of the speakers who spent their morning with us. That was a really good series of presentations. I very much appreciate Vice Chair Peters' work on pulling together today's presentations, and just have to note the flexibility that everybody demonstrated, because many of these were scheduled a couple different times during our special sessions and COVID and everything else that disrupted our timing. So thank you to everybody for your flexibility, for your very thoughtful presentations. Thank you, Assemblywoman Peters, for pulling that together. And yes, thanks to Elisa and all the rest of the staff that helps make us successful when we do these. We did make a decision, given the unusual circumstances that 2020 keeps throwing at us, to compress our final day of presentations with our work session. So we are going to go ahead and move on to the work session. I want to check in with the committee members. It is important that we have all committee members present to be able to vote for the work session, and we've been at it for a bit. So if I could just get some feedback, we can continue to plow forward and finish up our work session, or we could take a 15-minute break if people need a little bit of a break. So if I could just get a sense from the committee.
Let's do it.
Go forward.
Is there such a thing as a 15-minute break?
Not in legislative time. Good point, Senator Parks.
Thank you. Let's plow forward.
Okay, that doesn't sound like anybody needs a break. We're just going to go ahead and move forward. So you should have a document for the public. It is available on Nellis. For the members, it's our work session document. It is divided by category. So you may recall that we did divide up the work this session into the general areas of science and research, transportation, environmental improvement. We divided our work up into transportation, economic development, and then environmental and forest health. And then these were the recommendations. Staff did put out a call for recommendation, but I do want to turn it over to Elisa Keller to see if she has any remarks taking us into the work session.
Thank you, Chair Ratty. This is Elisa Keller, Committee Policy Analyst, for the record. As an employee of the Legislative Council Bureau, I neither oppose nor endorse legislation. So the work session document is available online for committee members and the public under Agenda Item 9. And the document has been prepared to assist the committee in determining which legislative measures it will request for the 2021 session of the Nevada Legislature, as well as other actions the committee may endorse. The members of the committee do not necessarily support or oppose the recommendations in this work session document. The proposals have been compiled so that committee members can review them and decide whether they want to accept, reject, modify, or take no action on the recommendations. The committee is limited to 10 legislative measures, which includes both bill draft requests, BDRs, and requests for the drafting of resolutions. And for this committee, particularly, it is required that any recommended legislation proposed by the committee be approved by a majority of the members of the Senate and a majority of the members of the Assembly appointed to the committee. So a recommendation must be approved by at least 2 members of the Senate and 2 members of the Assembly. And any votes regarding the recommendations will be taken by roll call vote. And for clarity, please use the terms yes or no to indicate your vote. So I think that in addition to legislative measures, the committee may vote to send as many statements or letters of recommendation or support as it chooses, or may vote to include statements in its final report. And please be advised that LCB staff, at the direction of the chair, may reach out and coordinate with interested parties to obtain additional information for drafting purposes or for information to be included in the committee's final report. So Chair Ratty, would you like me to move on to the first recommendation?
Yes, please.
Okay, the first recommendation for the committee's consideration was submitted by Jim Lawrence, Deputy Director of the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and is to request the drafting of a resolution expressing the Nevada Legislature's support for the Nevada system of higher education to work collaboratively among its institutions to coordinate all research, science, and other analysis focused on addressing the specific needs of the Lake Tahoe Basin. And recommending the Nevada system of higher education enhance coordination and collaborative efforts with the State Department, Conservation and Natural Resources, and other agencies as appropriate to strategically align the Nevada system of higher education science and research efforts with policy goals established by agencies and stakeholders in the Tahoe Basin. And I believe Mr. Lawrence is available should committee members have questions regarding this recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. I asked Assemblywoman Peters to spend a little extra time with this resolution and reach out to NSHE and DCNR and have some conversations. Assemblywoman Peters, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
Conversations with thank you, Chair Ratty. Conversations with NSHE and DCNR went well. They're excited to be working together on these efforts. And I think it's almost directly in line with the presentation that we heard earlier from the Tahoe Science Advisory Council on ensuring that Nevada is in line with what our goals are for the state's scientific efforts and management of the lake and our portion of the lake.
And then just for the information of the committee, we did explore whether this one might be one that we would elevate to the level of a BDR if there was some specific direction that we wanted to consider, but Assemblywoman Peters was comfortable after her conversations with some of the stakeholders involved that this was probably an appropriate place to land. So does anybody have any questions on this particular recommendation?
Chair Ratty, Dave Parks.
Senator.
I have one just quick observation, and I don't know. I guess I was somewhat looking for some specific reference relative to the University of California and its various campuses and the work that they do, especially on the California side. This recommendation talks about other state and federal agencies, and I'm sure it includes those, but I didn't know if we wanted to talk about coordination and collaboration specific to California higher education institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Parks. As always, an astute observation that was actually specifically left out. The resolution, as I think it was originally drafted and was contemplated, we did talk about having it be something where we talked about the California system of higher education as well. But what we decided is that where we could be most effective is really focusing our efforts on getting DCNR and NSHE to really look at the research that's being done on the Nevada side by Nevada institutions. That would be probably where we have the most influence and where those Nevada institutions are collaborating with some of those other stakeholder groups as they often do in their research. But it's a bigger lift than it sounds just in this resolution, even to get the 7 institutions within NSHE, if they are doing work on Tahoe, all talking to each other. So we felt like this was a first good step to get our own system talking to each other and coordinating on any Tahoe specific work. And then if we could do that on our side, perhaps then we could have a more comprehensive conversation with the California system of higher education also acknowledging that California side puts significantly more funding into the effort, and perhaps we would be better on more stable and appropriate ground if we focused on our own. I
Thank
hope
you.
that answers your
Thank
question.
you for that explanation.
I'm sure.
Senator Keycuffer.
Thank you. And as full disclosure that I sit on the board of trustees of Sierra Nevada College, do you encourage or do you envision including Essence Sierra Nevada College in this resolution? And they actually do have an existing partnership with UC Davis over their Tahoe Research Center.
So I would invite Assemblywoman Peters also to chime in, but this really was intended to be focused on NSHE and the institutions with NSHE being more coordinated with each other. But I will open that to Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator, for bringing that topic up. We did not discuss bringing that particular entity directly into this, but you are right that a number of our local, particularly Northern Nevada institutions, work closely together in their research efforts. So, and they leverage resources such as DRI to do those, conduct those efforts. In some cases, I think that in addition to what Chair Ratty had stated previously in response to Senator Park's comment or question, there really is already a landing place for these educational institutions across the state to land. That's the Tahoe Science Advisory Council. This is a bill that's more directed to within our own state, collaborating our efforts on the state policy and identified scientific efforts with the actions of our universities and elevating both of those in the conversation of what's going on at the Tahoe, in the Tahoe Basin.
Mr. Lawrence, are you out there? Because what I guess the question that I have is part of this work was brought forward by Mr. Lawrence specifically as an indication that we would lean in with NSHE on some of this work. And so the question I have for Mr. Lawrence, if he's on, is there an existing relationship with Sierra Nevada College that would make it make sense for them to be also included?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. To get to your question specifically, the intention here was really, as you guys have been discussing, is to bring together the Nevada institutions and NEDCHI to coordinate on research needs, funding needs, and then take that more globally in the basin with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council regarding like Sierra Nevada College, or other more of the local institutions. To be frank, we really didn't discuss it at that level. I don't think there's any sort of opposition to taking our research institutions and education institutions and trying to coordinate more. It was something that just, I have to say, we didn't give a lot of thought to. It wasn't specific to try to exclude them, nor did we have a lot of conversations thinking about how to include them as well.
Madam Chair, I'm not necessarily pushing for one way or the other. I just point out that one of our presenters today, Jeffrey Schledow, is the director of the center at Sierra Nevada College. He's actually on staff at UC Davis. So some of this work that we're talking about is already being done. And as we heard earlier from Dr. Averett, we should be trying to collaborate all hands on deck. So that was my thought.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the input, and I want to make sure that this in no way is intended to disrespect or not acknowledge the really good work that's happening out of SNC and also the collaborations with the California institutions. I think the intent here was really more of a within our state, let's get our own house in order so that then we become better partners to SNC and UC Davis and all of the others that participate in the Tahoe Science Coordinating Committee, so that we are making sure that we're making the best use of the assets that the state has. So I think that's the intent of this resolution, that we become better partners to all of them. Not that we're not, again, I don't want to imply that we're bad partners now, but let's just make sure we're being very focused in our work. Sorry, other questions or?
You're muted, Senator.
I would look for a motion.
And correct me if I'm wrong in how I make this motion, but I would move to request the drafting of a resolution expressing the Nevada State Legislature support of the NGA to work collaboratively among its institutions to coordinate with DCNR.
This is Senator Parks. I second that motion.
I would just note for the record that it would include the entirety of the language on recommendation A on the work session document.
Thank you.
All right. Any discussion? I have Assemblywoman Peters with the motion seconded by Senator Parks. We'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Senator Kekeffer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Ratty,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Yes.
Would you like me to move on to the next recommendation, Chair Ratty?
Yes, please, if we could move on to number B.
Okay, the second recommendation for the committee's consideration was also submitted by Mr. Lawrence, Deputy Director, DCNR, and it is to request the drafting of a resolution expressing the priority of the timely completion of the Tahoe East Shore Trail Extension Project along State Route 28, and urging the United States Congress to provide federal funding for completion. The project extends the SR 28 safety improvements, shared use path, parking, transit stops, emergency pullouts, visitor amenities, and other environmental, public safety, and recreational improvements from Sand Harbor to Spooner Junction, including bike paths, underground utilities, forest health improvements, facility improvements, and stormwater improvements.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. I will note, again, want to thank Assemblyman Kramer for leading us through the transportation conversation. This interim had the economic condition remained where we were when we heard the presentations about this particular project, what we might be seeing here is a recommendation to go for some one-shot funding, but given the realities of the budget that we're going to be facing in the upcoming legislative session, did not feel like that was an appropriate thing to bring forward. And instead, you'll see this resolution with our hope that if there are federal grant funds, if we get to a place where there is some stimulus money that's directed on shovel-ready projects, anything along those lines, that the Department of DCNR would have this resolution to be able to show the legislature's support for this project. So that's the intent behind this one. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Senator Kekeffer, second.
Second.
Assemblywoman Howdicky,
Sorry, Assemblywoman Peters.
second by Assemblywoman Peters. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Senator Kieckhofer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Ratty,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdigy,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Peters,
Yes.
and the motion passes.
Great, thank you, Ms. Keller. If you would go ahead and take us on to B3.
Yes, the third recommendation for the committee's consideration was also submitted by Mr. Lawrence with the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and it is to request the drafting of a resolution expressing the Nevada Legislature's support for identifying key transportation priorities for the Lake Tahoe Basin to improve resident and visitor safety while protecting and enhancing the ecosystem. In determining key transportation priorities or projects, the legislature supports the continued efforts of the California, Nevada Bi-State Consultation on Transportation Working Group to collaborate and agree upon a list of transportation priorities projects for the Lake Tahoe Basin over the next 5 years, and provide this list to the Legislative Committee for the Review and Oversight of the TRPA and Marlette Lake Water System by its first meeting of the 2021-2022 interim. The list shall include, at a minimum, an assessment of the projected cost of each project, as well as the benefits of each in protecting and enhancing the Lake Tahoe Basin ecosystem. In addition, the list will identify potential recommendations for funding and any other barriers to implementing an effective transportation system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. So I'm sure the committee recalls that we had some significant presentations on transportation, and want to express my gratitude to the Tahoe Transportation District and the significant work that was done on the One Tahoe initiative. Recognize that that was some really good foundational work that explored a significant amount of options for how we address what is a very real problem in the Tahoe Basin, which is having a coordinated approach to our transportation system and also having the funding and funding mechanism to support transportation projects. We heard many times throughout our time in the interim, as well as just even on our presentation today about the growing number of visitors who are coming to the basin and the impact on our transportation systems, and therefore then the impact on the overall health and quality of life in the lake or in the lake areas. Given the, again, sort of challenges that we're facing as a state and a nation right now in terms of the economic environment, in terms of the health emergency that we find ourselves in, I did not feel comfortable that this was the right time to be bringing forward the proposals specifically around the basin entry fee. That was the recommendation that came out of that. And so I will claim responsibility for that. Also received significant feedback that it would be helpful and probably create a higher level of success as we get to the legislative process if we had a more concrete and specific list of projects that any new funding mechanism would go forward to. And so the resolution specifically calls for creating that list of priorities and getting a sense of the cost of those priorities so that as we move forward around conversations about revenue and what revenue would be appropriate, revenue structure, we would also be able to have a more explicit understanding of what the projects would be to move forward. I would also say that very much like the bike path, that as we move through this crisis and emergency, if there are stimulus funds or other sources of revenue that come forward that could advance deferred maintenance or shovel-ready capital projects, that we think that this resolution is expressing our desire to the bi-state consultation group that we have some urgency around pulling forward that list. An invitation to bring it back to the next legislative session for a presentation if there are projects that you are ready for, and if there are other letters of support or anything that we can do to support that. And then working through the next interim to have this concrete list of projects along with probably another conversation about revenue. So that's why you have the resolution before you. I would open it up for questions. Or comments. And Mr. Lawrence, did you have anything you wanted to add on that one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jim Lawrence, DCNR. Not really anything to add. I think you summed it up perfectly. I do want to say the bi-state consultation process has been very successful in getting really key stakeholders together and aligned on transportation priorities. And the group is really engaged and active, and we do want to kind of move it forward to, as you said, identify more of the project priorities. We've made pretty good progress on capital project implementation. There's still more work to do on what does public transit look like, and then obviously funding. And so, you know, the idea here is to keep the stakeholder group working and come back with more specific recommendations.
Thank you. With that, and if there are no additional comments, I'd take a motion.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Assemblywoman Peters.
Second.
I'll take a second from, I think Senator Parks and Senator Kiekefer came in right there at the same time. I'll take Senator Parks. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Senator Kiekefer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Ratty,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, everyone. Ms. Keller, if you would take us through C4.
The next recommendation is C4 on the work session document and was submitted by Charles Donahue, the administrator for the Division of State Lands with the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. And the recommendation is to request the drafting of a bill authorizing the release of the next phase of bonds in amount of $4 million to continue to implement Nevada's portion of the Lake Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program, also known as the EIP, for the 2021 to 2023 biennium. And I believe Mr. Donahue is available if there are questions from the committee.
So this, of course, is a perennial favorite, basically building on good work from 1999, 2009, and now 2017 to make sure that we still have the ability to authorize bonding capacity for projects at the lake. If anybody has any questions or needs clarity, please go ahead and ask questions now. Seeing none, I'll look for a motion.
Move to approve.
A motion from Senator Kiekefer.
I'll second.
Assemblywoman
Haudegi.
Haudegi. Sorry, guys. I can't keep the assembly members straight. It's very difficult. I've got a motion from Senator Kiekefer, seconded by Assemblywoman Haudegi. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go for a roll call vote.
Senator Kiekefer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Ratty,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great. We'll move on to C5.
C5 was a recommendation submitted by Julie Regan, the Chief of External Affairs and Deputy Director of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and it is to request the drafting of a letter expressing the committee's support of Lake Tahoe federal funding requests, particularly funds for maintenance backlogs on public lands under the Federal Great American Outdoors Act of 2020 of the 116th Congress that was just recently enacted on August 4th, 2020. And I believe Ms. Regan and Ms. Marquetta are available if there are questions.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. You may be seeing a theme in today's work session. I think many of the challenges that we're facing at the Tahoe Basin require resources, and unfortunately there aren't a lot of resources to be available in the upcoming session. But many agencies reached out to us expressing that having a letter of support or a resolution would be helpful as they would work through their process to access potential additional resources. Very excited about the passage of the Great American Outdoors Act, which has the potential to address nationally on some of our most important and critical public lands a backlog and deferred maintenance. So very much encouraging the agencies that have a presence in Lake Tahoe to be aggressive in pursuing those funds. So I think once in a generation opportunity to make some pretty significant strides, and I'm hoping that we are successful in bringing some of that to our region. So I will open it up for questions or comments on this one.
I'm sure.
Yes, please, Mr. Senator Keefe.
Is funding not being released according to this act? Are we trying to pry federal money out of their tight grip that we should otherwise be receiving and are not? Or I don't know about this act. I'm sorry.
So my understanding, I just was on in another hat that I wear on a presentation learning about the act. My understanding is relatively new. And I don't believe the process for distribution of funds has been fully developed yet. So this is more of a getting ahead of the game, making sure that when the application process is established that folks in our region are ready to go on that. But if Ms. Regan or Ms. Marchetta are still on and could answer that question, that'd be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. This is Julie Reagan with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and members of the committee, hello, and Senator Kekeffer, to answer your question, yes, this just passed, and as the Senator, the Chair mentioned, it's a remarkable achievement, a once in a generation opportunity for conservation, a great feat of bipartisanship in the Congress. And there are two pieces of funding that will flow from the federal level to states. One is a permanent reauthorization of the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which the state of Nevada has benefited from for many years. There will be additional funds. That's fairly formulaic, but there is a new funding source, as the Senator indicated, for backlog of maintenance on facilities on public lands, from national parks to federal USDA Forest Service properties, Fish and Wildlife properties. And it's those funds that guidelines are being put together, and there are great needs across the country. And the purpose of this letter is just to elevate the needs of Lake Tahoe with our delegation and other key stakeholders so that we can position Tahoe, once all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed on how the funding will flow, that we position ourselves early as a very competitive candidate for those funds. So that was the intent of the letter. Thank you.
Well, it sounds like a great idea. Thank you, Julie.
And I'm going to actually expand upon this one. So this was not in the original work session document. I was a little bit late in learning about the significant potential of the Great American Outdoors Act myself. Again, it is relatively new. So I would like to expand this. Actually, I'm going to take that back. I'm sorry. Disregard. We're going to leave this one as is. I am confusing myself with another piece. So leave it at that. If there's any other questions or comments. All right, so seeing none, I would take a motion.
Moved.
Motion from Senator Kekeffer, looking for a second.
Second, Sarah Peters.
Second by Assemblyman Kramer. Just kidding. Assemblywoman Peters. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those, I'm sorry, we'll go ahead and do the roll call vote.
Senator Kekeffer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Ratty,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer,
All right, I'm at the mic. Yes.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Yes.
The motion passes.
And then, does anybody know, this is just a bit of a tangent at the privilege of the chair. Does anybody know if the Public Lands Committee has already done their work session?
This is Senator Parks. No, we have not. We're scheduled to have an upcoming meeting in the very near future.
Okay. Perhaps Senator Parks, I could request that you work with staff and see if a similar letter could be drafted for the Great Basin National Park coming out of the Public Lands Committee. There's a significant amount of this resource that is dedicated to national parks, and would love to see our Nevada National Park be included.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I'll share that with my policy advisor and see if we can't include that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, moving on to D6.
D6 is the final recommendation for the committee's consideration and was submitted by Ward Patrick, the administrator of the State Public Works Division, Department of Administration. And the recommendation is to request the drafting of a letter expressing the support of the committee for grant applications by the State Public Works Division of the Department of Administration, seeking funds to enable critical improvements to the Marlette Lake water system and help ensure its ongoing operation and public safety. The division requests a general support letter from the committee that it may include with future grant applications. And I believe Mr. Patrick is available if the committee has questions.
So, Mr. Patrick, if you are available, I understand that we have a late breaking request for a specific request to a specific grant source.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Ward Patrick for the record, Administrator for the State Public Works Division. We've requested this letter of support of general interest, and then we've accumulated information on a specific request. So we're requesting now 2 letters of support. The specific letter of support is an older program with the Federal Emergency Management Group, but it has a new name, and its acronym is BRICK, B-R-I-C-K, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Mitigation Grant Program. And so we would request that this specific grant application letter of support be included in your recommendations and voting. And this is for the Hobart Reservoir Dam restoration. We've previously been with other letters of support from this group, we've received an advance assistance grant to do the design and this new grant application. And now we're requesting support for the construction portion of the project. And we look forward to receiving that and moving the project ahead. This grant application is due December 11th. And we're got hopes of receiving yet another grant. We are on the receiving end also of a Marlette Lake Dam grant for pre-disaster mitigation, which was in the amount of $10 million. And so we've got a little bit of a track record, and hopefully we won't be seen as too greedy, but we're certainly in need in the Marlette Lake water system for these improvements, and would like your support.
And again, we've had some wonderful presentations about the engineering marvel that is the Marlette Lake water system. And these are just general requests for us to support staff in their efforts to obtain funding for the capital projects and maintenance needs in that region. Anybody have any questions? The motion I would be looking for would be the general letter that was in the packet, as well as extending this recommendation to include a second letter that is specific to the BRIC grant process. Any questions?
Motion.
Assemblyman Kramer, I believe made the motion.
I'll second.
Second by Assemblyman Howdigy. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Senator Kekeffer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Ratty,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdigy,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. Anything else that we need to address under this item, Ms. Keller?
No, that completes the work session document.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, then we're going to move on to item number 10, public comment.
Thank you, Madam
EPS.
Chair. Yes, public comment, the public comment lobby, the public comment line is open and working, but there is no one in the public comment lobby at this time.
Chair
Great.
Ratty, this is Jen. I just wanted to jump in. We do need to give anyone watching on the internet about 2 minutes in order for the broadcast to catch up. So if the committee would like to be at ease for a moment while we wait for that.
We'll pause. I would ask everybody not to run off because I do just have a few important closing comments.
Senator Ratty, this is Senator Parks. While we're waiting, I want to share that the Public Lands Committee will have its next meeting on September 10th.
Perfect. If you need anything formal from me requesting that, let me know.
Thank you, and I'm sure that we can rely on Ms. Keller to assist us.
Madam Chair, currently no one has still joined the public comment lobby.
Okay. Well, then I just want to go ahead and make some closing comments, take the privilege of the chair to do that. I want to first express my gratitude to the members of the Tahoe Committee, for short Tahoe Committee. I would describe this as by far the best interim committee group that is out there. We are a very responsible and reliable group. Everybody was very serious in your duties and in staying very in close contact and working with this committee, and never had to worry about whether or not we were going to achieve a quorum or get not just the minimum level of meeting a quorum, but have good discussion, good questions, people prepared to participate in the meeting. So I just want to thank you all. I want to specifically thank a few folks. We decided to approached this interim by sharing the workload a little bit and passing around some of the responsibilities. And so Assemblywoman Kramer kicked us off with taking on transportation, followed by Senator Kiekefer, who took on economic development, and then Assemblywoman Peters, who took on some of the more science-related environmental issues that are at the lake. And I want to thank Assemblywoman Howdiggy and Senator Parks for allowing the Northern crew to really tackle the issues at the lake this interim session. So thank you to each of you who took that on and were willing to help gather the information, organize the speakers, and chair the sections of the meeting that were relevant to the piece that you were working on. As always, none of us could have gotten that done without the wonderful work of Elisa Keller and the LCB research staff. So Elisa, thank you so much for not just supporting me, which might have been easier to just have one chair and one person to be working with, but to spread that love around to all of the different folks who took an assignment. So thank you so much for doing that. I also want to thank legal staff who's always there with us. Thank you, Eileen O'Grady, for the work that you do behind the scenes. It's been pretty quiet. You haven't had to bail us out so much this cycle, but we know that you're always there and have our back, so I appreciate that. And to Lisa Gardner, who supported us administratively and has the worst job in the world, which is having to poll people for dates and figure out when we can all get together, as well as just keep us on track and moving forward. So to all of you, I say thank you. I also want to express my gratitude to the team over at DCNR who pays close attention to this committee and gives us good suggestions and gives us some of the information that we need to move forward from the executive branch. So thank you. I know Jim Lawrence is on the call today, but to Jim, please express to the entire team over there our gratitude for the work that you do. And then what makes the Tahoe committee so great is all of the stakeholders who stay so engaged. So all of the different agencies that have regulatory and planning authority within the basin, the nonprofit groups that advocate and raise resources and do the good work there, and the federal agencies that have been engaged, and everybody else in between. So it's always a fun committee. It was an interesting year with a lot of disruptions. I guess 2020 will go down on record as an interesting year. And we started a process being optimistic about having the ability to perhaps bring some resources to Tahoe, and unfortunately wrap this up in a much more challenging fiscal environment. But I still think that hopefully this committee shone a light on some of the good work that's happening at Tahoe and the challenges that we're facing. So just want to, again, end this work by expressing my gratitude to all of you for your participation in the interim, and would look forward to your continued work and support when we get down to Carson City in February. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. And, oh, I almost left out a very important group. BPS, been working their tail off over this interim in very creative ways, and always doing just such a lovely job and not having any interruptions or any challenges with continuing to do this work in a challenging environment. So I am so sorry that I almost forgot BPS, but BPS, you've been doing a phenomenal job, so thank you. Okay. With that, I believe our business for the interim is concluded, and I would take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Senator Parks.
Yeah.
Second by Assemblywoman Howdiggy. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, I'm going to go ahead and just do a signify by saying aye. I feel very confident that it's unanimous on this one. Aye.
Aye.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.